Section 1 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Coming Test of American Resources by James J. Hill. Section 1. James J. Hill, seeing trouble ahead, warns his fellow countrymen that there are dangers to be met. At last, James J. Hill, the silent railroad king of the Northwest, has given us his full and free opinion on the business policy of the United States. Throughout his long career, it has been his plan to, quote, say nothing and saw wood, unquote. He has been too busy to talk. The man who plunges into a dense wilderness, as he did, and transform it into 4 or 5 prosperous states, has no time to run a public opinion factory. But recently, while at a gathering of his friends in St. Paul, Mr. Hill unlocked his tongue and spoke out. It was a remarkable address, made by a remarkable man, and the meat of it was as follows. The nation at large feels that it is immensely prosperous. We are cutting a wide swath, there is no doubt of it. But if we will get down closer and examine what we are doing, we will find that we are living profligately and squandering our heritage in every possible manner. We should insist upon better cultivation of the land, for on that one item depends your future growth and prosperity, and there is no other item to which you can look, no other source of wealth than that which comes out of the cultivation of the soil. If the soil is protected, if it is intelligently handled, if your crops are properly rotated, if the land is fertilized and rested and treated with proper care, you have a mine in the soil that will never be exhausted, quite unlike the other mine. The millions and hundreds of millions of dollars coming into the Northwest from the annual crops, while it is large, isn't half as large as it ought to be. Our free lands are gone. Our public domain is exhausted. Last year, over 1 million people came from across the Atlantic to the United States, and the natural increase certainly is 1.5 million more. What is to become of these people? They are to be driven fairly into the factories and workshops and no place else. They can leave our country and go to the Canadian Northwest, as many have gone, but that country will be populated to its extent very soon, much sooner than you think. It has not an unlimited area. Try and cast your mind 20 or 25 years ahead. At that time, we should have 150 or 160 millions of people. Where are they going? Who is going to feed them? They can manufacture. We have the raw material. We have the coal and the iron and the copper and the lead. They can manufacture. Who will buy it? We have got to a point where we are selling our heritage. We are selling our rich deposits of iron and our coal and our rich soil, and exhausting it as well. People of other countries are exercising the utmost, closest intelligence in everything that pertains to economy and production. Take, for instance, the German nation today, and they lead the world, or any period in the history of the world, in industrial intelligence and industrial management. Competition grows fiercer. I was in England in November and met a sad sight. Trafalgar Square filled with idle people, large numbers of idle people asking for bread up around Hyde Park. Why? The men who carry on the work, who paid the payrolls, are no longer engaged in the business. What they had they have turned into money, and have bought securities or something else, trying to save what they have got. In the west of England, which was a great center of broadcloth manufacturing and of woolen goods, their output is less than a quarter of what it was 25 years ago. Germany is selling cutlery in Sheffield. And I took pains to look around London, and to walk into the shops and find out. I couldn't buy a pair of lisle thread gloves that were not made in Germany. Underclothing, stockings, cloth, almost everything made in Germany. They have a system of education in Germany. They educate their men. Now, I am not going to undertake to say that their way is better than ours, but I want to impress this on you, that when this country has 150 million people, they have got to do something. They have got to earn a living. Who will buy the goods? Who will employ them? In what shape are they to meet the competition that England is meeting today? And 1.5 million of idle men asking for bread in England, and no bread for them except such as charity doles out. They have got to be carried out of Great Britain and a new place found for them. There is no other solution. It is all well enough to talk about what we are doing. Examine it closely and you will find that we are doing nothing except selling our natural resources and exhausting them. When you dig a ton of ore out of the ground, you can't plant another ton, as you could potatoes. It is gone. And when the fertility of our fields, the fertility of the soil is gone, where are we going to replace it from? Teach the boys to work. I am not going to find fault with education. It never hurt anybody. But if in place of spending so much time and so much money on languages and higher studies, we fitted them for the life that they are going to follow, for the sphere in which they are going to move, we would do more for them. I know that in 2 or 3, more or less, railroads in which I am interested, the payrolls cover 80 to 90,000 people. We have tried all manner of young men, college men, high school men, and everything else, and I will take a boy at 15 years old who has to make a living. His chances will be better if he has to contribute to the support of a widowed mother. I will take him and make a man of him, and get him in the first place, before you would get most of the others to enter the race with him, simply because he has to work. He has to work. He has the spur of necessity. He must work. If there be anything that you can do, I feel sure that you will all put your hands to the plow and help. But you will never build a city faster than you have a country to support it, and that is the first and the most important thing. End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various. Edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. The Progress of Women by Lydia Kingsmill Commander. Section 2. An original article written for the Scrapbook. Nothing is more wonderful, in this age of wonders, than the progress of women in all the civilized countries of the world. Never before were the doors of opportunity so widely opened. Never before were the barriers of sex so low. The modern young woman does not face the one choice of her grandmother, marriage, or the fate of the old maid. Before her so many paths open that her only trouble is to choose. Her grandmother's girlhood was spent at home. She was told that the happy woman is the woman with no history, and a woman's name should be in the newspapers just 3 times: when she is born, when she marries, and when she dies. This is dead doctrine to the girl who goes whirling across the continent or around the world, unchaperoned and alone, and returns to meet the admiration of her friends and the interest of the public. As she sits on the deck of the incoming steamer, giving opinions on kings and countries, chatting of the book she is about to write, and handing out her photographs to a group of reporters, she bears slight resemblance to the fainting Amandas and Clarissas who raised their weeping eyes to heaven, or fell swooning every time a mysterious sound was heard, or even when a stray cow crossed their path. How travel is made to pay. If our traveler is practical and depends upon her own pocketbook instead of papa's, she adopts a specialty and makes her trips pay for themselves. She may be attached to some paper or magazine, for the bluestocking is as fashionable today as once she was disgraced. Some women make capital of their travels in extraordinary ways. One breaks records climbing mountain peaks at the risk of her life, and then lectures to thousands upon the perils and pleasures of her feats. Another is with her husband on the Congo, searching for traces of ancient African civilizations for the British Museum. In Mexico and South America, several women archaeologists are at work digging out relics of the Aztecs, Peruvians, and the original tribes of the Amazon River. A recent book on Egyptian hieroglyphics was partly the work of a woman. Then there are the women who take parties abroad, arranging for steamers, trains, boats, and hotels, buying tickets, looking after baggage, and keeping everybody interested, instructed, and satisfied. Such women, and there are many of them, must know half a dozen languages, be familiar with the history, customs, and attractions of the countries visited, be quick in an emergency, full of tact so as to keep the party harmonious, and clever enough business women to give everyone bargain rates and come out with handsome profits at the end of each trip. But traveling for business takes other forms. In the United States, there are nearly 1,000 feminine commercial travelers, selling everything from perfumery to men's shoes and babies' soothing syrup. There are women factory inspectors who travel constantly from place to place. The United States government employs a woman as superintendent of Indian schools. She covers thousands of miles every year and wields absolute power over the institutions under her care. The woman who does not travel no longer needs stay at home in the old sense. Indeed, she has little to keep her there. The spinning, weaving, sewing, and knitting, which formerly were the home industries, have been swept off into great factories. In consequence, the woman who does not want to be idle follows the work outside of the home and downtown. In America 70 years ago. In 1834, when Harriet Martineau visited this country, she found only 7 occupations open to women: housekeeping, keeping boarders, needlework, teaching, working in cotton factories, bookbinding, and typesetting. Only the last 4 could really be counted as out-of-home occupations, for keeping boarders and sewing called for no new knowledge or skill apart from the training in housekeeping which all girls received. It is safe to say that of those 7 occupations, 6 at least were not overcrowded. The work of the world was done in the homes, and housekeeping was the occupation of women. There were few spinning mills, but the old-fashioned wheel was in every house. It was not kept in a drawing-room alcove to prove its long ancestry, but steadily, busily, hummed all day long as the soft rolls of wool changed into skeins and balls of yarn or thread. After the work of the spinning wheel came the loom and the knitting needles. Cloth and stockings, blankets, mittens, and mufflers were fashioned by the hands of the housewife and her daughters. There were no factories for canned fruits, pickles, or preserves. All these had to be made and stored up for winter use. Now the stores furnish everything from a handkerchief to a ball gown, and from bread to canned roast beef. The washing and ironing can go to the laundry, and the family supplies can be bought. The rush into business life. Since women had been working since work began, they could not consent to remain at home idle. The result is seen in the rush of the modern woman into business life. The last census shows that in the United States, women are following every trade and profession except the Army and the Navy. Even the Army has a woman physician, Dr. Anita McGee, who wears a uniform. In Europe, the uniformed woman is by no means a rarity. Almost every royal woman wears military honors. It will be remembered that Queen Victoria was carried to her grave on a gun carriage like an officer, because as Queen of England and Empress of India, she was head of the British Army and of the greatest navy in the world. To have an occupation is almost as natural to the American girl of today as to her brother. For a woman to go into business used to be like climbing a mountain. Now it is almost like going down a toboggan slide. When she leaves school, she expects to work. Sometimes she finishes her education in a public school and goes into a shop, factory, or mill. She may become one of the 75,000 milliners, the 100,000 saleswomen, the 120,000 cotton workers, the 275,000 laundresses, or the 340,000 dressmakers. If she can stay longer in school, she may become one of the 320,000 school teachers. Or she may go to a college which sternly closed its doors in the face of her grandmother and carry off the prizes and the honors from the men. She can enter a university, come out B.A., M.A., or Ph.D., and join the 1,000 women who are already college professors. In the last strongholds of man. If she fancies law, medicine, or the church, her way is clear. All three professions number their women members by the thousand, though a generation ago the pioneers in each line were struggling against ridicule and opposition. Painting and sculpture were once considered masculine accomplishments, but today 15,000 women have studios. The musicians are 3 times as numerous. Even the more unusual occupations are well represented. There are 261 wholesale merchants, 1,271 officials in banks, 1,932 stock raisers, 378 butchers, and 193 blacksmiths. There are 200 women to mix cocktails or serve gin fizzes behind the bar. If they sell after hours or to minors, there are 879 policemen and detectives to watch them. The traveling public depends for its safety and its accidents principally upon men, but women already claim 2 motormen, 13 conductors, 4 station agents, 2 pilots, 1 lighthouse keeper, 127 engineers, and 153 boatmen among their number. Almost every paper one picks up tells of women's successes in some line of work. A dozen women in Chicago, and probably 3 times as many in New York, are making $10,000 a year or more, either as salaries or profits from business. The property owned by actresses and singers must pay a handsome sum in taxes. It is said that Hetty Green, the shrewdest businesswoman in the world, can stand in City Hall Square, New York, and see $5 million worth of her own property, and everyone knows she owes her millions to her own cleverness, not to either husband or father. A woman's building has been a feature of many of our great national expositions. They have been filled with the products of women's labor, but so far the structures, though designed by women, have been erected by men. This can be remedied at any time it is necessary. There are women builders of every sort. 167 are masons, 545 carpenters, 45 plasterers, 126 plumbers, 1,750 painters and glaziers, and 241 paper hangers. It is true the roofing would be a long job, for only 2 feminine roofers and slaters are to be found in the whole country, but the 1,775 tin workers might help out. If a steel frame were called for, 3,370 iron and steel workers would stand ready, and the 8 steam boiler makers would put in the heating and power plant. Callings peculiar to the sex. Not only have women conquered all the established callings, but they have invented some of their own. Professional shoppers were never heard of in the old days, though since the idea was started, some men have adopted the business. The welfare secretary, who is guide, philosopher, and friend to the girls in factories or department stores, has recently come into existence. Then there is the shopping advisor, who pilots the uncertain Mrs. Newbride over one store or through many, helping her to furnish the new home harmoniously, fashionably, and for a given sum. One woman owes her prosperity to her creation of the profession of dramatist's agent. A Western woman raises animals for menageries and zoos. Another clears $3,000 a year by growing violets, while a third is getting rich out of the proceeds of her ostrich farm. Altogether, 5.25 million American women, or 1/5 of all the workers in the country, are making their own money. Women's status in Europe. The women of the United States lead in this rush for education and for labor, but in other countries the same advance is being made, if more slowly. Great Britain has 3,500 university graduates. 1,500 of these are from Girton, Newnham, and the Oxford Halls for Women, annexes of the historic universities, but the examinations just as stiff. It is a dozen years since Miss Fawcett carried off the highest mathematical honors an English university can bestow. Germany looks askance at any education for women that gives to her interests outside of the home. The Kaiser's 4 Ks, which become Cs in translation, clothes, cooking, church, and children, are popularly supposed to define the world of the German Hausfrau. The American's joke about women's sphere has long been obsolete, but that sphere is very real and very limited in most of the European countries. Yet even in the more conservative lands women are progressing. The older dentists in Germany and Austria have to come to America for their diplomas. Today, professional schools, universities, and colleges can be found where a woman can follow any line of study and fit herself for the professions. In Russia, although the struggle for democracy is barely begun, and representative government is as yet only a demand, the higher education of women has been an accomplished fact for a number of years. Russian women doctors, lawyers, and professors are not uncommon. Norway and Sweden have experienced a feminine revolution in the last quarter century. The laws have been overhauled and revised, the schools and colleges thrown open, the trades and professions have flung down their barriers, and work, once a disgrace, has become an honor to women. Sweden led in this movement, but Norway was quick to follow, and it is now a question as to which will first reach the goal of full equality between women and men. In political rights, English and Scandinavian women stand about on a level. Neither can vote for members of Parliament, but both have municipal and local suffrage, which gives them power to exercise their gifts for housekeeping and economical management in civic as well as home affairs. A woman's legal rights. This growing liberty of women has affected her position as wife and mother. In the days when she had no sphere but the home and no career but marriage, she was a very insignificant creature even within those limits. She could not own her home, could not choose its location, or have anything at all to say about it. The home, the children, and she herself belonged to the husband, who was lord and master in the sense of owner and dictator. Now, in those countries where women have gained financial, industrial, and political standing, they hold a more dignified position in the home. Formerly, a widow could be left penniless and her children willed away from her. The present English law gives to the widow 1/3 of the property and half the guardianship of the children. In case of divorce, the children under 16 belonging to the mother unless she is notoriously unfit to have them. Very similar to these are the laws in the British colonies, the United States, and Scandinavia. In these countries, too, with the exception of certain of our states, a married woman can own property, earn money, and collect her own wages, sue or be sued, make a contract with others, and in some places with her own husband. She is also entitled to support for herself and her children, and to a divorce for various causes, including infidelity, brutality, intoxication, desertion, failure to provide, and felony. In Germany, the wife is legally entitled to a certain proportion of her husband's income, a right which women have in no other country. Everywhere else the vague term support is used, and even that is not granted in 7 of our states. In Holland, Austria-Hungary, Belgium, and Denmark, the women's movement is recent and slow. The Dutch queen is the only woman there who is not ruled, and the Dutchmen wanted her called king so as to lessen their dislike of being subject to a woman's commands. Switzerland, though it boasts of its democracy, excludes its women from influence and political power. It does not deny them work, but like the German, French, and Russian peasants, the Swiss women carry the heavy burdens of field work and street cleaning without any reason to believe that there is dignity in labor. In Italy, Spain, and Portugal, the upward movement of women has come mainly from the masses, not, as in Russia, from the aristocrats, or, as among the English-speaking races, from the middle class. In Greece and the Orient. In Greece, the educated women are leading the crusade. The principal of a girls' college in Athens said recently, "It is true and beyond dispute that the Greece of today owes its rapid progress to its women." While Greek women cannot vote, they take an active part in political life. During campaigns they make speeches for their husbands and brothers, and at other times traverse the country expounding the doctrines of the party they espouse. They resemble the English political woman of the style of Mrs. Humphry Ward's Marcella, a type scarcely to be found in any other country. Even into slumbering Turkey, land of harems, Greek women are carrying modern ideas of education. There is a Greek girls' school in Constantinople, and principally through Greek influence, Turkish women are studying European languages, reading foreign books, and looking toward the great world where women can be the comrades, friends, and equals of men instead of their playthings and slaves. All through the Orient, the conditions of Turkey are practically reproduced. In spite of the abolition of the suttee, the poor widows of India have a mournful lot. It is only the most daring of Chinese mothers who would leave her little daughter's feet unbound. A few Japanese women rebel at giving up home and children simply because milord has tired of his wife, but to most the thought of opposing the customs of centuries is still remote. Even Asiatic women, nevertheless, are progressing. Some come to America for the education their own continent cannot furnish. A Chinese woman doctor recently lectured on her country all through the United States, and Japanese women are found in our colleges. The lands of emancipation. In the Pacific Ocean, far beyond China and Japan, lie the only 2 countries in the world which fully acknowledge the equality of men and women by giving political rights to all citizens of 21, regardless of sex. They are New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand was the first by a dozen years to put her daughters on an equality with her sons. It was in 1867 that the cry was raised. Shall our mothers, wives, and sisters be our equals or our subjects? The answer was given in 1893 by the full enfranchisement of women. In Australia, the change came more gradually, province by province. But a few months ago, the final concession was made, and now Australian women, like their sisters of New Zealand, are the equals and not the subjects of their husbands, brothers, and sons. More conservative than England's colonies of the southern seas is her great northern possession, Canada. There, widows and spinsters are held in high favor, for full municipal suffrage belongs to them, but the married woman is barred out. This is probably a survival of the subordination of the wife, but the Canadian woman is asking whether the acceptance of a husband should be considered unfailing proof of her inferior judgment. Progress in the United States. There are 4 states in the Union, Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah, where women have full political rights. They vote on every election from school trustee to president. They are eligible for every office from pound keeper to governor. They have sat in the different legislatures and have filled many executive offices. These four states do not, however, hold a monopoly of the women voters. Four more have some form of local suffrage, and in 25 women can vote in school elections. In New York, for instance, women taxpayers may vote on all propositions for the expenditure of public money. In addition, they have school suffrage and are eligible as trustees. There are clubs and societies which enroll in this country about 4 million women. There are associations of different nations to forward the interests of all women, regardless of country. Such is the International Council of Women, representing 20 lands. Its great congresses, meeting every 5 years, are the event of the year in the land where they convene. There is the International Women's Suffrage Alliance and the Woman's Christian Temperance Union, with its branches in every country. Indeed, the boundaries of countries are disappearing before this new sisterhood of woman. Of famous women it would be folly to attempt to speak. America is justly proud of her many clever daughters, but every nation has its brilliant women. Madame Curie, who was awarded the Nobel Prize for Science, was born and reared in Poland and lives in France. This year the Nobel Peace Prize fell to the Austrian Baroness von Suttner. Considering the progress of the past half-century, one can but wonder what the next 100 years will bring. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. A Descent into the Maelstrom, by Edgar Allan Poe. Section 3. Edgar Allan Poe was born in Boston January 19, 1809, and died in Baltimore October 7, 1849. His father, David Poe, while a law student in Baltimore, married Elizabeth Arnold, a beautiful English actress, and went on the stage himself. Several years later, both died within a few weeks of each other, leaving 3 children, of whom Edgar was the second. Impressed by the boy's extraordinary beauty and intelligence, John Allan, a wealthy merchant of Richmond, adopted him. Poe was then sent to England to be educated. There he spent 5 or 6 years in a school at Stoke Newington. Subsequently, he was sent to the University of Virginia and to the United States Military Academy at West Point, but remained only a few months at each institution. Finally, he quarreled with Mr. Allan, who died shortly afterward, and Edgar was not mentioned in the will. In 1833, the Baltimore Saturday Visitor offered 2 prizes of $100 each for a story and a poem. Poe won both. This led to his employment in various editorial capacities in Richmond and New York. Quarrels with his employers usually resulted in his dismissal. During this period he was distinguished by an extraordinary degree of literary activity, however, and it was not long before he was recognized as one of the most forceful figures in American literature. Scores of authors have found inspiration in the pages of Edgar Allan Poe. Sardou, the celebrated French dramatist, founded the main incident of his Scrap of Paper on Poe's The Purloined Letter, and Conan Doyle has admitted that Dupin, the detective who appears in several of Poe's tales, was the prototype of Sherlock Holmes. A Descent into the Maelstrom is generally regarded as one of the most representative of his stories. We had now reached the summit of the loftiest crag. For some minutes the old man seemed too much exhausted to speak. "Not long ago," said he at length, "and I could have guided you on this route as well as the youngest of my sons, but about 3 years past there happened to me an event such as never happened before to mortal man, or at least such as no man ever survived to tell of. And the 6 hours of deadly terror which I then endured have broken me up body and soul. You suppose me a very old man, but I am not. It took less than a single day to change these hairs from a jetty black to white, to weaken my limbs, and to unstring my nerves, so that I tremble at the least exertion, and am frightened at a shadow. Do you know I can scarcely look over this little cliff without getting giddy?" This little cliff, upon which edge he had so carelessly thrown himself to rest that the weightier portion of his body hung over it, while he was only kept from falling by the tenure of his elbow on its extreme and slippery edge. This little cliff arose, a sheer, unobstructed precipice of black shining rock, some 15 or 1600 feet from the world of crags beneath us. Nothing would have tempted me to within half a dozen yards of its brink. In truth, so deeply was I excited by the perilous position of my companion, that I fell at full length upon the ground, clung to the shrubs around me, and dared not even glance upward at the sky, while I struggled in vain to divest myself of the idea that the very foundations of the mountain were in danger from the fury of the winds. It was long before I could reason myself into sufficient courage to sit up and look out into the distance. "You must get over these fancies," said the guide, "for I have brought you here that you might have the best possible view of the scene of that event I mentioned, and to tell you the whole story with the spot just under your eye. We are now," he continued in that particularizing manner which distinguished him, "we are now close upon the Norwegian coast, in the 68th degree of latitude, in the great province of Nordland, and in the dreary district of Lofoden. The mountain upon whose top we sit is Helseggen the Cloudy. Now raise yourself up a little higher. Hold on to the grass if you feel giddy. So. And look out, beyond the belt of vapor beneath us, into the sea." I looked dizzily, and beheld a wide expanse of ocean whose waters were so inky a hue as to bring at once to my mind the Nubian geographer's account of the Mare Tenebrarum. A panorama more deplorably desolate no human imagination can conceive. To the right and left, as far as the eye could reach, there lay outstretched, like ramparts of the world, lines of horribly black and beetling cliff, whose character of gloom was but the more forcibly illustrated by the surf which reared high up against its white and ghastly crest, howling and shrieking forever. Just opposite the promontory upon whose apex we were placed, and at a distance of some 5 or 6 miles out at sea, there was visible a small, bleak-looking island, or, more properly, its position was discernible through the wilderness of surge in which it was enveloped. About 2 miles nearer the land arose another of smaller size, hideously craggy and barren, and encompassed at various intervals by a cluster of dark rocks. The appearance of the ocean in the space between the more distant island and the shore had something very unusual about it. Although at the time so strong a gale was blowing landward that a brig in the remote offing lay to under a double-reefed trysail, and constantly plunged her whole hull out of sight, still there was here nothing like a regular swell, but only a short, quick, angry cross-dashing of water in every direction, as well as in the teeth of the wind as otherwise. Of foam there was little except in the immediate vicinity of the rocks. "The island in the distance," resumed the old man, "is called the Norwegians Vurrgh. The one midway is Moscow. That, a mile to the northward, is Ambaren. Yonder are Ilsen, Hotholm, Kildhelm, Svaren, and Buckholm. Farther off, between Moscow and Vurrgh, are Otterholm, Flemmen, Sandflesen, and Stockholm. These are the true names of the places, but why it has been thought necessary to name them at all is more than either you or I can understand. Do you hear anything? Do you see any change in the water?" We had now been about 10 minutes upon the top of Helseggen, to which we had ascended from the interior of Lofoden, so that we had caught no glimpse of the sea until it had burst upon us from the summit. As the old man spoke, I became aware of a loud and gradually increasing sound, like the moaning of a vast herd of buffaloes upon an American prairie; and at the same moment I perceived that what seamen term the chopping character of the ocean beneath us was rapidly changing into a current which set to the eastward. Even while I gazed, this current acquired a monstrous velocity. Each moment added to its speed, to its headlong impetuosity. In 5 minutes the whole sea, as far as the Vurrgh, was lashed into ungovernable fury, but it was between Moskoe and the coast that the main uproar held its sway. Here the vast bed of the waters, seamed and scarred into 1,000 conflicting channels, burst suddenly into frenzied convulsion, heaving, boiling, hissing, gyrating in gigantic and innumerable vortices, and all whirling and plunging on to the eastward with a rapidity which water never elsewhere assumes, except in precipitous descents. In a few minutes more there came over the scene another radical alteration. The general surface grew somewhat more smooth, and the whirlpools one by one disappeared, while prodigious streaks of foam became apparent where none had been seen before. These streaks, at length, spreading out to a great distance and entering into combination, took unto themselves the gyratory motion of the subsided vortices, and seemed to form the germ of another more vast. Suddenly, very suddenly, this assumed a distinct and definite existence, in a circle of more than a mile in diameter. The edge of the whirl was represented by a broad belt of gleaming spray, but no particle of this slipped into the mouth of the terrific funnel, whose interior, as far as the eye could fathom it, was a smooth, shining, and jet-black wall of water, inclined to the horizon at an angle of some 45 degrees, speeding dizzily round and round with a swaying and sweltering motion, and sending forth to the winds an appalling voice, half shriek, half roar, such as not even the mighty cataract of Niagara ever lifts up in its agony to heaven. "This," said I at length to the old man, "this can be nothing else than the great whirlpool of the Maelstrom." "So it is sometimes termed," said he. "We Norwegians call it the Moskoe ström, from the island of Moskoe in the Midway." The ordinary accounts of this vortex had by no means prepared me for what I saw. That of Jonas Ramus, which is perhaps the most circumstantial of any, cannot impart the faintest conception either of the magnificence or of the horror of the scene, or of the wild bewildering sense of the novel which confounds the beholder. I am not sure from what point of view the writer in question surveyed it, nor at what time, but it could neither have been from the summit of Helseggen nor during a storm. There are some passages of his description, nevertheless, which may be quoted for their details, although their effect is exceedingly feeble in conveying an impression of the spectacle. "Between Lofoden and Moskoe," he says, "the depth of the water is between 36 and 40 fathoms, but on the other side, toward Vurrgh, this depth decreases so as not to afford a convenient passage for a vessel, without the risk of splitting on the rocks, which happens even in the calmest weather. When it is flood, the stream runs up the country between Lofoten and Moskoe with a boisterous rapidity, but the roar of its impetuous ebb to the sea is scarce equalled by the loudest and most dreadful cataracts, the noise being heard several leagues off, and the vortices or pits are of such an extent and depth that if a ship comes within its attraction, it is inevitably absorbed and carried down to the bottom, and there beat to pieces against the rocks. And when the water relaxes, the fragments thereof are thrown up again. But these intervals of tranquillity are only at the turn of the ebb and flood, and in calm weather, and last but a quarter of an hour, its violence gradually returning. When the stream is most boisterous, and its fury heightened by a storm, it is dangerous to come within a Norway mile of it. Boats, yachts, and ships have been carried away by not guarding against it before they were within its reach. It likewise happens frequently that whales come too near the stream, and are overpowered by its violence, and then it is impossible to describe their howlings and bellowings in their fruitless struggles to disengage themselves. A bear once, attempting to swim from Lofoden to Moscow, was caught by the stream and borne down, while he roared terribly so as to be heard on shore. Large stalks of firs and pine trees, after being absorbed by the current, rise again broken and torn to such a degree as if bristles grew upon them. This plainly shows the bottom to consist of craggy rocks, among which they are whirled to and fro. In regard to the depth of the water, I could not see how this could have been ascertained at all in the immediate vicinity of the vortex. The 40 fathoms must have reference only to portions of the channel close upon the shore either of Moscow or Lofoden. The depth in the center of the Moskoe ström could be unmeasurably greater. Looking down from this pinnacle upon the howling Phlegethon below, I could not help smiling at the simplicity with which the honest Jonas Ramus records, as a matter difficult of belief, the anecdotes of the whales and the bears, for it appeared to me a self-evident thing that the largest ships of the line in existence, coming within the influence of that deadly attraction, could resist it as little as a feather the hurricane, and must disappear bodily and at once. "You have had a good look at the whirl now," said the guide, "and if you will creep round this crag so as to get in its lee, and deaden the roar of the water, I will tell you a story that will convince you I ought to know something of the Moskoe ström." I placed myself as he desired, and he proceeded. Myself and my 2 brothers once owned a schooner-rigged smack of about 70 tons burden, with which we were in the habit of fishing among the islands beyond Moscow, nearly to Vurrgh. In all violent eddies at sea there is good fishing, at proper opportunities, if one has only the courage to attempt it; but among the whole of the Lofoden coastmen, we 3 were the only ones who made a regular business of going out to the islands, as I tell you. The usual grounds are a great way lower down to the southward. There fish can be got at all hours, without much risk, and therefore these places are preferred. The choice spots over here among the rocks, however, not only yield the finest variety, but in far greater abundance, so that we often got in a single day what the more timid of the craft could not scrape together in a week. In fact, we made it a matter of desperate speculation, the risk of life standing instead of labor, and courage answering for capital. We kept the smack in a cove about 5 miles higher up the coast than this, and it was our practice, in fine weather, to take advantage of the 15 minutes slack to push across the main channel of the Moskoe ström, far above the pool, and then drop down upon anchorage somewhere near Otterholm or Sandflesen, where the eddies are not so violent as elsewhere. Here we used to remain until nearly time for slack water again, when we weighed and made for home. We never set out upon this expedition without a steady side wind for going and coming, one that we felt sure would not fail us before our return, and we seldom made a miscalculation upon this point. Twice, during 6 years, we were forced to stay all night at anchor, on account of a dead calm, which is a rare thing indeed just about here, and once we had to remain on the grounds nearly a week, starving to death, owing to a gale which blew up shortly after our arrival, and made the channel too boisterous to be thought of. Upon this occasion we should have been driven out to sea in spite of everything, for the whirlpools threw us round and round so violently that at length we fouled our anchor and dragged it. If it had not been that we drifted into one of the innumerable cross-currents, here today and gone tomorrow, which drove us under the lee of Flimen, where by good luck we brought up, I could not tell you the 20th part of the difficulties we encountered on the ground. It is a bad spot to be in, even in good weather, but we made shift always to run the gauntlet of the Moskoe ström itself without accident, although at times my heart has been in my mouth when we happened to be a minute or so behind or before the slack. It is now within a few days of 3 years since what I am going to tell you occurred. It was on the 10th of July, 18 , a day which the people of this part of the world will never forget, for it was one in which blew the most terrible hurricane that ever came out of the heavens. And yet all the morning, and indeed until late in the afternoon, there was a gentle and steady breeze from the southwest, while the sun shone brightly, so that the oldest seaman among us could not have foreseen what was to follow. The three of us, my two brothers and myself, had crossed over to the islands about 2 o'clock p.m., and soon nearly loaded the smack with fine fish, which, we all remarked, were more plenty that day than we had ever known them. It was just 7, by my watch, when we weighed and started for home, so as to make the worst of the Strom at slack water, which we knew would be at 8. We set out with a fresh wind at our starboard quarter, and for some time spanked along at a great rate, never dreaming of danger, for indeed we saw not the slightest reason to apprehend it. All at once we were taken aback by a breeze from over Helseggen. This was most unusual, something that had never happened to us, and I began to feel a little uneasy, without exactly knowing why. We put the boat on the wind, but could make no headway at all for the eddies, and I was upon the point of proposing to return to the anchorage, when, looking astern, we saw the whole horizon covered with a singular copper-colored cloud that rose with a most amazing velocity. In the meantime, the breeze that had headed us off fell away, and we were dead becalmed, drifting about in every direction. This state of things, however, did not last long enough to give us time to think about it. In less than a minute the storm was upon us. In less than 2, the sky was entirely overcast, and what with this and the driving spray, it became suddenly so dark that we could not see each other in the smack. Such a hurricane as then blew it is folly to attempt to describe. The oldest seaman in Norway never experienced anything like it. We had let our sails go by the run before it cleverly took us, but at the first puff both our masts went by the board as if they had been sawed off, the mainmast taking with it my youngest brother, who had lashed himself to it for safety. Our boat was the lightest feather of a thing that ever sat upon water. It had a complete flush deck, with only a small hatch near the bow, and this hatch it had always been our custom to batten down when about to cross the Strom, by way of precaution against chopping seas. But for this circumstance we should have foundered at once, for we lay entirely buried for some moments. How my elder brother escaped destruction I cannot say, for I never had an opportunity of ascertaining. For my part, as soon as I had let the foresail run, I threw myself flat on deck, with my feet against the narrow gunwale of the bow, and with my hands grasping a ring-bolt near the foot of the foremast. It was mere instinct that prompted me to do this, which was undoubtedly the very best thing I could have done, for I was too much flurried to think. For some moments I was completely deluged, I say, and all this time I held my breath and clung to the bolt. When I could stand it no longer I raised myself upon my knees, still keeping hold with my hands, and thus got my head clear. Presently our little boat gave herself a shake, just as a dog does in coming out of the water, and thus rid herself in some measure of the seas. I was now trying to get the better of the stupor that had come over me, and to collect my senses so as to see what was to be done, when I felt somebody grasp my arm. It was my elder brother, and my heart leapt for joy, for I had made sure that he was overboard. But the next moment all this joy was turned into horror, for he put his mouth close to my ear and screamed out the word "Moskostrom." No one will ever know what my feelings were at that moment. I shook from head to foot, as if I had the most violent fit of the ague. I knew what he meant by that one word well enough. I knew what he wished to make me understand. With the wind that now drove us on, we were bound for the whirl of the Ström, and nothing could save us. You perceive that in crossing the Ström channel we always went a long way up above the whirl, even in the calmest weather, and then had to wait and watch carefully for the slack. But now we were driving right upon the pool itself, and in such a hurricane as this! To be sure, I thought, we shall get there just about the slack. There is some little hope in that. But in the moment I cursed myself for being so great a fool as to dream of hope at all. I knew very well that we were doomed, had we been 10 times a 90-gun ship. By this time the first fury of the tempest had spent itself, or perhaps we did not feel it as much as we scudded before it, but at all events the seas, which at first had been kept down by the wind and lay flat and frothing, now got up into absolute mountains. A singular change, too, had come over the heavens. Around in every direction it was still as black as pitch, but nearly overhead there burst out, all at once, a circular rift of clear sky, as clear as I ever saw, and of a deep bright blue, and through it there blazed forth the full moon with a lustre that I never before knew her to wear. She lit up everything about us with the greatest distinctness. But, O God, what a scene it was to light up! I now made 1 or 2 attempts to speak to my brother, but in some manner which I could not understand. The din had so increased that I could not make him hear a single word, although I screamed at the top of my voice in his ear. Presently he shook his head, looking as pale as death, and held up one of his fingers, as if to say, "Listen." At first I could not make out what he meant, but soon a hideous thought flashed upon me. I dragged my watch from its fob. It was not going. I glanced at its face by the moonlight, and then burst into tears as I flung it far away into the ocean. It had run down at 7 o'clock. We were behind the time of the slack, and the whirl of the Ström was in full fury. When a boat is well built, properly trimmed, and not deep laden, the waves, in a strong gale, when she is going large, seem always to slip from beneath her, which appears very strange to a landsman, and this is what is called riding, in sea phrase. Well, so far we had ridden the swells very cleverly, but presently a gigantic sea happened to take us right under the counter, and bore us with it as it rose up, as if into the sky. I would not have believed that any wave could rise so high. And then down we came with a sweep, a slide, and a plunge that made me feel sick and dizzy, as if I was falling from some lofty mountain top in a dream. But while we were up I had thrown a quick glance around, and that one glance was all sufficient. I saw our exact position in an instant. The Moskoe ström whirlpool was about a quarter of a mile dead ahead, but no more like the everyday Moskoe ström, that the whirl as you now see it is like a mill race. If I had not known where we were and what we had to expect, I should not have recognized the place at all. As it was, I involuntarily closed my eyes in horror. The lids clenched themselves together as if in a spasm. It could not have been more than 2 minutes afterward until we suddenly felt the waves subside, and were enveloped in foam. The boat made a sharp half-turn to larboard, and then shot off in its new direction like a thunderbolt. At the same moment the roaring noise of the water was completely drowned in a kind of shrill shriek, such a sound as you might imagine given out by the water-pipes of many thousand steam vessels letting off their steam altogether. We were now in the belt of surf that always surrounds the swirl, and I thought, of course, that another moment would plunge us into the abyss, down which we could only see indistinctly on account of the amazing velocity with which we were borne along. The boat did not seem to sink into the water at all, but to skim like an air bubble upon the surface of the surge. Her starboard side was next the whirl, and on the larboard arose the world of ocean we had left. It stood like a huge writhing wall between us and the horizon. It may appear strange, but now, when we were in the very jaws of the gulf, I felt more composed than when we were only approaching it. Having made up my mind to hope no more, I got rid of a great deal of that terror which unmanned me at first. I suppose it was despair that strung my nerves. It may look like boasting, but what I tell you is the truth. I began to reflect how magnificent a thing it was to die in such a manner, and how foolish it was in me to think of so paltry a consideration as my own individual life in view of so wonderful a manifestation of God's power. I do believe that I blushed with shame when this idea crossed my mind. After a little while, I became possessed with the keenest curiosity about the world itself. I positively felt a wish to explore its depths, even at the sacrifice I was going to make, and my principal grief was that I should never be able to tell my old companions on shore about the mysteries I should see. These, no doubt, were singular fancies to occupy a man's mind in such extremity, and I have often thought since that the revolutions of the boat around the pool might have rendered me a little light-headed. There was another circumstance which tended to restore my self-possession, and this was the cessation of the wind, which could not reach us in our present situation, for as you saw yourself, the belt of surf is considerably lower than the general bed of the ocean, and this latter now towered above us, a high, black, mountainous ridge. If you have never been at sea in a heavy gale, you can form no idea of the confusion of mind occasioned by the wind and spray together. They blind, deafen, and strangle you, and take away all power of action or reflection. But we were now, in a great measure, rid of these annoyances, just as death-condemned felons in prison are allowed petty indulgences, forbidden them while their doom is yet uncertain. How often we made the circuit of the belt it is impossible to say. We careered round and round for perhaps an hour, flying rather than floating, getting gradually more and more into the middle of the surge, and then nearer and nearer to its horrible inner edge. At this time I had never let go of the ring-bolt. My brother was at the stern, holding on to a small empty water-cask which had been securely lashed under the coop of the counter, and was the only thing on deck that had not been swept overboard when the gale first took us. As we approached the brink of the pit, he let go his hold upon this, and made for the ring, from which, in the agony of his terror, he endeavored to force my hands, as it was not large enough to afford us both a secure grasp. I never felt deeper grief than when I saw him attempt this act, although I knew he was a madman when he did it, a raving maniac through sheer fright. I did not care, however, to contest this point with him. I knew it could make no difference whether either of us held on at all, so I let him have the bolt, and went astern to the cask. This there was no great difficulty in doing, for the smack flew round steadily enough and upon an even keel, only swaying to and fro with the immense sweeps and swelters of the whirl. Scarcely had I secured myself in my new position when we gave a wild lurch to starboard, and rushed headlong into the abyss. I muttered a hurried prayer to God, and thought all was over. As I felt the sickening sweep of the descent, I had instinctively tightened my hold upon the barrel and closed my eyes. For some seconds I dared not open them, while I expected instant destruction and wondered that I was not already in my death struggles. But moment after moment elapsed. I still lived. The sense of falling had ceased, and the motion of the vessel seemed much as it had been before while in the belt of foam, with the exception that she now lay more along. I took courage, and looked once again upon the scene. Never shall I forget the sensation of awe, horror, and admiration with which I gazed about me. The boat appeared to be hanging, as if by magic, midway down upon the interior surface of a funnel vast in circumference, prodigious in depth, and whose perfectly smooth sides might have been mistaken for ebony but for the bewildering rapidity with which they spun around, and for the gleaming and ghastly radiance they shot forth as the rays of the full moon, from that circular rift amid the clouds which I have already described, streamed in a flood of golden glory along the black walls, and far away down into the inmost recesses of the abyss. At first I was too much confused to observe anything accurately. The general burst of terrific grandeur was all that I beheld. When I recovered myself a little, however, my gaze fell instinctively downward. In this direction I was able to obtain an unobstructed view, from the manner in which the smack hung on the inclined surface of the pool. She was quite upon an even keel. That is to say, her deck lay in a plane parallel with that of the water. But this latter sloped at an angle of more than 45 degrees, so that we seemed to be lying upon our beam ends. I could not help observing, nevertheless, that I had scarcely more difficulty in maintaining my hold and footing in this situation than if we had been upon a dead level, and this I suppose was owing to the speed at which we revolved. The rays of the moon seemed to search the very bottom of the profound gulf, but still I could make out nothing distinctly, on account of a thick mist in which everything there was enveloped, and over which there hung a magnificent rainbow, like that narrow and tottering bridge which Mussulmans say is the only pathway between time and eternity. This mist, or spray, was no doubt occasioned by the clashing of the great walls of the funnel as they all met together at the bottom, but the yell that went up to the heavens from out of that mist I dare not attempt to describe. Our first slide into the abyss itself, from the belt of foam above, had carried us to a great distance down the slope, but our further descent was by no means proportionate. Round and round we swept, not with any uniform movement, but in dizzying swings and jerks that sent us sometimes only a few hundred yards, sometimes nearly the complete circuit of the whirl. Our progress downward at each revolution was slow but very perceptible. Looking about me upon the wide waste of liquid ebony on which we were thus borne, I perceived that our boat was not the only object in the embrace of the whirl. Both above and below us were visible fragments of vessels, large masses of building timber, and trunks of trees, with many smaller articles, such as pieces of house furniture, broken boxes, barrels, and staves. I have already described the unnatural curiosity which had taken the place of my original terrors. It appeared to grow upon me as I drew nearer and nearer to my dreadful doom. I now began to watch, with a strange interest, the numerous things that floated in our company. I must have been delirious, for I even sought amusement in speculating upon the relative velocities of their several descents toward the foam below. "This fir tree," I found myself at one time saying, "will certainly be the next thing that takes the awful plunge and disappears," and then I was disappointed to find that the wreck of a Dutch merchant ship overtook it and went down before. At length, after making several guesses of this nature, and being deceived in all, this fact, the fact of my invariable miscalculation, set me upon a train of reflection that made my limbs again tremble, and my heart beat heavily once more. It was not a new terror that thus affected me, but the dawn of a more exciting hope. This hope arose partly from memory, and partly from present observation. I called to mind the great variety of buoyant matter that strewed the coast of Lofoden, having been absorbed and then thrown forth by the Moskoström. By far the greater number of the articles were shattered in the most extraordinary way, so chafed and roughened as to have the appearance of being stuck full of splinters, but then I distinctly recollected that there were some of them which were not disfigured at all. I could not account for this difference, except by supposing that the roughest fragments were the only ones which had been completely absorbed, that the others had entered the whirl at so late a period of the tide, or from some reason had descended so slowly after entering, that they did not reach the bottom before the turn of the flood came, or of the ebb, as the case may be. I conceived it possible, in either instance, that they might be thus whirled up again to the level of the ocean without undergoing the fate of those which had been drawn in more early or absorbed more rapidly. I made also three important observations. The first was, that as a general rule, the larger the bodies were, the more rapid their descent. The second, that between the two masses of equal extent, the one spherical and the other of any other shape, the superiority in speed of descent was with the sphere. The third, that between two masses of equal size, the one cylindrical and the other of any other shape, the cylinder was absorbed the more slowly. Since my escape, I have had several conversations on this subject with an old schoolmaster of the district, and it was from him that I learned the use of the words cylinder and sphere. He explained to me, although I have forgotten the explanation, how what I had observed was in fact the natural consequence of the forms of the floating fragments, and showed me how it happened that a cylinder, swimming in a vortex, offered more resistance to its suction, and was drawn in with greater difficulty, than an equally bulky body of any form whatever. There was one startling circumstance which went a great way in enforcing these observations, and rendering me anxious to turn them to account, and this was that at every revolution we passed something like a barrel, or else the yard or the mast of the vessel, while many of those things which had been on our level when I first opened my eyes upon the wonders of the whirlpool were now high up above us, and seemed to have moved but little from their original station. I no longer hesitated what to do. I resolved to lash myself securely to the water cask upon which I now held, to cut it loose from the counter, and to throw myself with it into the water. I attracted my brother's attention by signs, pointing to the floating barrels that came near us, and did everything in my power to make him understand what I was about to do. I thought at length that he comprehended my design, but, whether this was the case or not, he shook his head despairingly, and refused to move from his station by the ring-bolt. It was impossible to reach him. The emergency admitted of no delay, and so, with a bitter struggle, I resigned him to his fate, fastened myself to the cask by means of the lashings which secured it to the counter, and precipitated myself with it into the sea, without another moment's hesitation. The result was precisely what I had hoped it might be. As it is myself who now tell you this tale, as you see that I did escape, and as you are already in possession of the mode in which this escape was effected, and must therefore anticipate all that I have further to say, I will bring my story quickly to conclusion. It might have been an hour or thereabout after my quitting the smack, when, having descended to a vast distance beneath me, it made 3 or 4 wild gyrations in rapid succession, and bearing my loved brother with it, plunged headlong, at once and forever, into the chaos of foam below. The barrel to which I was attached sunk very little farther than half the distance between the bottom of the gulf and the spot at which I leapt overboard, before a great change took place in the character of the whirlpool. The slope of the sides of the vast funnel became momently less and less steep. The gyrations of the whirl grew gradually less and less violent. By degrees the froth and the rainbow disappeared, and the bottom of the gulf seemed slowly to uprise. The sky was clear, the winds had gone down, and the full moon was settling radiantly in the west, when I found myself on the surface of the ocean, in full view of the shores of Lofoden, and above the spot where the pool of the Moskoe had been. It was the hour of the slack, but the sea still heaved in mountainous waves from the effects of the hurricane. I was borne violently into the channel of the Strom, and in a few moments was hurried down the coast into the grounds of the fishermen. A boat picked me up, exhausted from fatigue, and, now that the danger was removed, speechless from the memory of its horror. Those who drew me on board were my old mates and daily companions, but they knew me no more than they would have known a traveler from the spirit land. My hair, which had been raven black the day before, was as white as you see it now. They say, too, that the whole expression of my countenance had changed. I told them my story. They did not believe it. I now tell it to you, and I can scarcely expect you to put more faith in it than did the merry fishermen of Lofoden. End of Section 3. The Great Southwest by Charles M. Harvey. Section number 4 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. The Great Southwest by Charles M. Harvey. The marvelous development, agricultural, industrial, and commercial, that is now in progress in the states of Texas and Arkansas and the adjoining territories. Revised from Munsey's Magazine and brought up to date by the author for the Scrapbook. Editor's Note: in the growth of interest in the great states west of the Mississippi River, the Southwest has until lately been commonly neglected. Gold sent men rushing first to the mountain states, then grain led them to the prairie states. With the more fertile wheat lands fully occupied, there has of late been a tendency to the Canadian Northwest. But at the same time, a remarkable development, commercial and industrial, as well as agricultural, has been going on in the Southwest. The progress made in Texas during the last few years is simply astounding. Unknown to the great mass of the people of the United States, a new empire is being planted in the Southwest. Much is being written about the thousands who are crossing the Canadian frontier and settling in Manitoba, Assiniboia, and Alberta, but very little is heard about the tens of thousands from the Northwest and the Middle West, from the East and Europe, who are moving into Arkansas, Oklahoma, the Indian Territory, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. The officials of the railways running into this latter region could tell a little of this story if they wished to. Last year, from April to November, something like $1 million was paid into the treasuries of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific, the Iron Mountain, the Missouri Pacific, the St. Louis and San Francisco, and the Missouri, Kansas, and Texas railways, for fares by seekers of homes in the Southwest. About 1/3 of these prospectors become permanent settlers. The money put into farms, into manufacturing industries, and into business of various sorts in that region, according to the estimates of the railway officials and of immigration agents, has amounted during the past 12 months to fully $200 million. The Empire State of the Future. Consider for the moment the state of Texas, as she was, as she is, and as she will be. Admitted to the Union in 1845, newly baptized with blood in her struggle against the Mexicans, she then contained little more than 100,000 inhabitants. Today she has 3.5 millions, and ranks fifth among the states, having passed Missouri since the last census. Only New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and Ohio are now ahead of her. If all these states continue to advance in population at the same rate as in recent years, she will pass Ohio before 1920, Illinois by 1930, and Pennsylvania by 1940. Before 1950 she will have outstripped New York and will be the Empire State of the Union. In spite of her more than 20-fold increase during the past 6 decades, Texas is still, comparatively speaking, a sparsely settled region. She has as yet a mere fraction of the population her generous soil could support. Remember that she is larger than France or Germany, larger than 2 Italys or 2 Great Britons. When she became a state, she had 2 square miles of land for each of her inhabitants. She now has about 13 people to each square mile. The state of New York has 160 people to the square mile and is steadily growing in population. Massachusetts has 375 to the square mile and is steadily growing. Belgium has 590 to the square mile and is steadily growing. England has 625 to the square mile and is steadily growing. If the present ratio of increase continues, think of the incalculable growth that the coming years will bring to the great southwestern state. If Texas were peopled as densely as New York State, she would have 42 million inhabitants, more than 10 times what she has. Settled as closely as Massachusetts, she would have 100 millions, as closely as England, 166 millions. This American state is destined to rank with the powers of the world. Remarkable as was the showing that Texas made at the last census, other portions of the Southwest could point to a still more phenomenal gain. While the population of the Lone Star State advanced 36% between 1890 and 1900, that of Arizona rose 105%, that of the Indian Territory 117%, and that of Oklahoma no less than 544% in the 10 years. Texas now leads in railways. From 1870 till 1904, Illinois had a larger number of miles of railway than any other state. In 1904, Texas passed Illinois. On March 1, 1906, the great southwestern state had approximately 12,000 miles of main railway track, or over 200 miles in excess of Illinois. Pennsylvania, Iowa, Ohio, Michigan, and New York, in this order, stand below Illinois in railway mileage, New York's total at the same date being a little short of 9,000 miles. In recent years, about half of the country's entire new railway mileage has been built in the Southwest. The increase of mileage between 1897 and the end of 1903 was 12.5% for the United States. It was 10% in the Middle State, 7% in the Rocky Mountain region and on the Pacific Slope, and 3% in Ohio and Indiana. It was 27% in the section comprising Arkansas, Oklahoma, the Indian Territory, Texas, and New Mexico. There could scarcely be a more significant index of advancing wealth, population, and industry. The land of corn and cotton. The Southwest at this moment is enjoying a prosperity unexampled in its annals. Last year's yield of corn, wheat, and cotton proved better than was expected early in the season, the corn crop being particularly good. Land values have doubled in much of this region during the past 5 years, though prices are still so much below those prevailing in Missouri, Iowa, Minnesota, Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana that the inrush from those states continues to be large. Traveling salesmen report better business in Oklahoma, Texas, and their neighbors than in any other part of the West. More visitors came to the St. Louis Exposition from the southwestern states and territories than from any other part of the country, in proportion to population, which was a good test of that region's financial condition. Before the Civil War, when the South was proclaiming cotton to be king, cotton's realm was in the Atlantic seaboard states. But Texas now produces nearly a third of the country's entire crop. Her recent average has been about 3 million bales. Last year, the yield was a little less than that. The Indian Territory and Oklahoma are beginning to figure prominently in cotton production. Cotton accounts for much of the prosperity of the Southwest. More and more the farmers of that region are raising other crops for a living and using the proceeds of their cotton fields as a surplus fund. What statehood will mean. Statehood, of course, will give a new impetus to the growth of the territories of the Southwest, attracting settlers and capital. It is practically certain that Oklahoma and the Indian Territory are shortly to become a state under the name of Oklahoma. The political future of New Mexico and Arizona is more problematical, being a subject of controversy at Washington as this is written. It is variously proposed to admit each territory separately, to admit New Mexico while excluding her sister territory, or to unite them into a single state, probably under the title of Arizona. The question will have been settled before this reaches the reader, unless its settlement is postponed to a later session of Congress. The state of Oklahoma will start with a population of fully 1.5 million, about equal to that of California, and considerably above that of such commonwealths as Louisiana, South Carolina, or Maryland. If New Mexico and Arizona should be united, they will have about 500,000 inhabitants. In area, they will form the second state in the Union, inferior only to Texas. The growth of the Gulf ports. Through the growing popularity of the Gulf ports as outlets for the country's merchandise, the Southwest is bound to be a great gainer. As compared with 1904, there was a larger gain in the exports by the ports of the Gulf of Mexico in 1905 than the Atlantic ports showed. This gain is due to several causes. More and more the great railways are establishing terminals at the Gulf outlets. From the chief productive centers of the Mississippi Valley, the distances to these points are shorter than to the Atlantic, and the grades are easier. In population, productivity, and general industrial and commercial importance, the southern end of the vast Mississippi Valley is growing with disproportionate rapidity. The southwest pole on the population center of the United States is shown by the fact that during the decade ending with 1900, that point moved 14 miles westward and 3 miles southward. The center of the country's production of wheat and of oats, and the center of the total area in the country's farms, are now west of the Mississippi. The center of the production of cotton, now on the western verge of the state of Mississippi, and the center of the production of corn, now in the western part of Illinois, will cross the Big River before 1910. More than 65% of the country's exports already originate west of the Mississippi. Galveston and the Panama Canal. For all the region between the Mississippi and the continental divide of the Rockies, the Texas ports, chiefly Galveston, will be the natural outlets to the sea. In aggregate value of merchandise exports, Galveston has left Charleston, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Boston far behind. In the last calendar year she stood third among American ports in the value of her merchandise shipments, New York and New Orleans being the only two ahead of her. She has gained so rapidly on New Orleans in recent years, and the Crescent City led her by so slight a margin in 1905, that for the 12 months ending with next December, it seems safe to predict that the Texas seaport will take second place. Much has been said of the benefits which the Panama Canal will bring to the United States by giving us a shortcut to the Pacific littoral of our own continent, to the west coast of South America, and to Asia and Australia. Undoubtedly the Isthmian waterway will open new markets to Galveston and other Texas ports, and will be a powerful influence in enabling the Southwest to score further industrial and commercial conquests. End of Section 4. Section 5 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Muncy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, by Ambrose Bierce. Section 5. Among living American writers of short stories, Ambrose Bierce is unexcelled in strength and fine simplicity. Born in 1842, he served during the Civil War, and was brevetted major for distinguished services. He went to California in 1866, and his name became familiar to readers of Pacific Coast journals. His contributions, however, quickly won a hearing throughout the country, and in England, whither he went in 1872, remaining for a few years and writing for English periodicals. Later, he returned to California, and more recently, he removed to Washington. The keenest, most incisive, most telling contemporary criticism was found in the column he used to contribute to the San Francisco Examiner. Prattle, a transient record of individual opinion. Of his verse, at least one poem, The Passing Show, is deserving of a permanent place in literature. More verse, more fiction, would be welcome from his pen. He has produced less than those who read the following story will wish, for the reason, perhaps, that he has freely given so much of his time to teaching others how to write. It is natural, considering the experiences through which he passed at the time of life in which conscious impressions are most vivid, that Mr. Bierce should turn frequently to the incidents of war. The very restraint of his style makes his war pictures the more impressive, adds to their potency as arguments for peace. An occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge is Mr. Bierce at his best. Powerful, grim, pathetic, it deeps deep into the well of the human soul. This story is taken from In the Midst of Life, a volume of Mr. Bierce's tales. Copyright 1898 by G. P. Putnam's Sons, New York. A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift waters 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope loosely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the sleepers supporting the metals of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners, 2 private soldiers of the Federal army, directed by a sergeant, who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove, upon the same temporary platform, was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support, that is to say vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest. A formal and unnatural position, enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the center of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot plank which traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels, nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into a forest for 100 yards, then, curving, was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost farther along. The other bank of the stream was open ground, a gentle acclivity crowned with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholed for rifles, with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway of the slope between bridge and fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line at parade rest, the butts of the rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of 4 at the center of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels, facing the banks of the stream, might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary, who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good: a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a mustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark gray, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the 2 private soldiers stepped aside and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart one pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the two ends of the same plank, which spanned three of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilians stood almost, but not quite, reached a fourth. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man go down between two ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move! What a sluggish stream! He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water, touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was a sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct, metallic percussion like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or near-by. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each stroke with impatience and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer. The delays became maddening. With their greater infrequency the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he should shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. "If I could free my hands," he thought, "I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving I could evade the bullets, and swimming vigorously reach the bank, take to the woods, and get away home. My home, thank God, is as yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance." As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. II. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter, of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner, and like other slave owners, a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist, and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with the gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth, and he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come, as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile, he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake, if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who in good faith and without too much qualification assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. One evening, while Farquhar and his family were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a gray-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was gone to fetch the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroads," said the man, "and are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order, and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains will be summarily hanged. I saw the order." "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles." "Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post, half a mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge." "Suppose a man, a civilian, and student of hanging, should elude the picket post, and perhaps get the better of the sentinel," said Farquhar, smiling. "What could he accomplish?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed that the flood of last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It is now dry, and would burn like tow." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. III. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later, it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agonies seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fiber of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification, and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams of pulsating fire, heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion. Encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart, without material substance, he swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation, like a vast pendulum. Then, all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew that the rope had broken, and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him, and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river! The idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness, and saw above him a gleam of light, but how distant, how inaccessible! He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter, until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface. Knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought, that is not so bad, but I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot. That is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrists apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler, without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent, what superhuman strength! Ah, that was a fine endeavor! Bravo! The cord fell away. His arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest, as first one and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. "Put it back! Put it back!" he thought. He shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang which he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly, his brain was on fire, his heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out at his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish. But his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick, downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were, indeed, preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves and the veining of each leaf, saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the gray spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colors in all the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs, like oars which had lifted their boat. All these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface, facing down the stream. In a moment the visible world seemed to wheel slowly round, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report, and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a gray eye, and remembered having read that gray eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar, and turned him half round. He was again looking into the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear high voice in a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him, and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquillity in the men, with what accurately measured intervals fell those cruel words. "Attention, company! Shoulder arms! Ready! Aim! Fire!" Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara, yet he heard the dulled thunder of the volley, and, rising again toward the surface, met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly farther downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. "The officer," he reasoned, "will not make that martinet's error a second time. It is as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He has probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all." An appalling splash within 2 yards of him, followed by a loud, rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water, which curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken a hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. "They will not do that again," he thought. "The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun." Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forest, the now distant bridge, fort, and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colors only, circular, horizontal streaks of color. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex, and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration which made him giddy and sick. In a few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point, which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand, threw it over himself in handfuls, and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of Aeolian harps. He had no wish to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and rattle of grape shot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushing up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he traveled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famishing. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untraveled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point, like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through this rift in the wood, shone great golden stars, looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood was full of noises, along which he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it, he found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cool air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untraveled avenue! He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he has merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it. and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have traveled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide, white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands, waiting, with a smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forward with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of the neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him, with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bologna Times. The World's Fastest Trains by Frank A. Munsey. Section 6. Great Britain leads in speed, with France a good second, and the United States only a slow third. Some passenger statistics. Speed is the magician that makes the world smaller. Compare the hourly runs of the old stage coaches with the hourly runs of the modern railroad train, and we can figure without difficulty just how much the world has shrunk in 75 years. Though, as always happens in magic, the shrinkage is apparent, not real. Motor cars now are made so powerful that the fastest can go more than 2 miles in a minute, a speed which is not yet considered practicable for ordinary travel. Railroad trains have made phenomenal time over short distances, and there is one train which regularly travels 118½ miles at about 60 miles an hour. It is something of a surprise to learn that American trains are not the fastest. England is first, with France second. The following article from the New York Sun gives the speed figures of the fastest trains of all countries where good speed is made. The fastest regular long-distance run without stop in the world is on the Great Western from London to Bristol, 118½ miles in 120 minutes, or practically 60 miles an hour. In order to leave passengers at Bath, a car is dropped from the train without stop, a time-saving device in operation on a number of European roads, though still unknown here. The longest run without a stop made in any country is from London to Liverpool on the London and North Western, 201 miles, made at the rate of 54 miles an hour. The next longest is on the Midland, from London to Leeds, 196 miles, at the rate of 52 miles an hour. The Empire State Express. The train in this country coming nearest to these long runs without stop is the Empire State Express on the New York Central, from New York to Albany, 143 miles, at the rate of 53/64 100 miles an hour, and the time of the same train to Buffalo, 440 miles in 500 minutes, is just a trifle faster than that of the Midland Express from London to Glasgow, 447 miles in 510 minutes. Each makes 4 regular stops. The Northwestern runs a train from London to Glasgow, 401½ miles in 8 hours, making 2 stops. The Great Northern runs a train from London to Doncaster, 156 miles, without a stop, in 169 minutes, at the rate of 55½ miles an hour. And the Great Central train runs over England's New Road, from London to Sheffield, 165 miles in 170 minutes, better than 58 miles an hour, slipping a car at Leicester without stop. Such runs as that between London and Birmingham on the Great Western, a distance of 129¼ miles, made without stop in 140 minutes, or at the rate of more than 55 miles an hour, are less remarkable, for this seems to be about the regular gait of many trains in England. These fast and long runs are common to all the trunk lines in England, while in the United States the fast runs are all confined to two roads, the New York Central and the Pennsylvania. Compared with many English fast runs, the time between New York and Washington and Boston is slow. The distance to the two cities from New York is about the same, and in both cases the fastest trains make it in 5 hours, or a little over now, to Boston, or at 46 miles an hour. For runs of nearly 1,000 miles, no country can show trains to compare with the New York and Chicago trains on the New York Central, the best trains making the 980 miles in 1,080 minutes, or at 54 miles an hour. While this is not quite so fast as the time made by the fast trains from Paris to Lyons and Marseille, the distance is twice as great as across France. Fast time to Atlantic City. Coming to short runs and special summer trains, undoubtedly the fastest are from Camden to Atlantic City. Here some very fast time has been made over an ideal country for fast time by both the Reading and the Pennsylvania. The best Reading time is 56½ miles in 50 minutes, or 66 miles an hour, while the best Pennsylvania time is 59 miles at the rate of 64 miles an hour. These constitute all the very fast regular trains in the United States. The fastest run in New England outside the Boston-New York run is from Boston to Portland at the rate of 44 miles an hour, and the showing is still poorer in the west and south. Chicago, in many respects the greatest railroad center in the world, has no fast trains outside the New York Central and Pennsylvania trains referred to. Throughout the West, though the best trains are very luxurious, the runs are all short, averaging about 30 miles between stations, and the speed nowhere averages 40 miles an hour. Next to speed may be considered the frequency of trains, their appointments, etc. In this respect, a still more pronounced difference appears in different countries with almost equal population. More trains leave the Great South Terminal in Boston in one day than are moved in one direction on all the roads of Spain and Portugal in 2 weeks. From one terminal in London, more trains leave daily than move in 10 days to supply the whole population of Russia. The world's largest station. The South Terminal in Boston not only is the largest station in the world, but sends out daily more than 400 trains, nearly twice the number dispatched from the Grand Central Station by the 3 roads starting from there. The next largest number sent from any station in the country is about 350 from the Boston and Main Terminal in Boston, and the next about 325 from the Broad Street Station, Philadelphia. Then come the Grand Central Station, New York, and the Reading Terminal, Philadelphia. But these figures do not equal those of the great London terminals. There, one station sends out 700 trains daily, the greatest number from any one station in the world, and all of the 12 great terminals send out large numbers of trains. Including all suburban trains, and figuring on a mean average of winter and summer, the regular scheduled trains leave the 4 great centers in the following numbers daily, the figures being for all roads and approximately correct. New York City, 1,400. Boston, 1,000. Philadelphia, 850. Chicago, 850. No other American city has 400. Good roadbeds abroad. The roadbed and the operating equipment are better in England and some parts of France and Germany than in America, and, owing to the ever-prevailing precautions, accidents are only about 1/5 as frequent as in America. All the principal roads in England have 2 tracks, and many main lines have 4. In this respect, Americans are making great improvements now, as the Pennsylvania is 4-tracked from New York to Pittsburgh, and the New Haven from New York to New Haven while the New York Central is 3-tracked part of the way to Albany and 4-tracked from there to Buffalo. Turning to continental Europe, it is found that France alone indulges in really fast trains, and possibly she is ahead even of England in the number of trains running regularly above 50 miles an hour. The greatest travel route on the continent is from Paris south to Lyons, Marseille, and the Mediterranean, and here are found fine and fast trains. The run from Paris to Marseille, 585 miles, is made in 750 minutes, with only 6 stops. Many of the shorter runs, such as from Paris to Calais, to the Belgian frontier, etc., are at the rate of from 58 to 62 miles an hour for the regular schedule. Europe's fast averages. According to a German authority, the average speed of the fastest trains in Europe is as follows: French, 58 miles an hour; English, 55 miles an hour; and German, 51. As a matter of experience, fast trains are hard to find in Germany, and the service in this respect does not compare with France. It takes the fastest train 227 minutes to go from Berlin to Hamburg, 178 miles, which is 47.5 miles an hour, and the Lux train, the one fast goer between Munich and Vienna, runs at only 45.60 miles an hour. But there are as a rule frequent trains throughout Germany, and the service is good. For all the rest of Europe, the speed drops to about 30 miles an hour for express trains. Italy is surprisingly slow. It takes the express 965 minutes to go from Turin to Rome, 413 miles, or only 26 miles an hour, though the Milan-Rome Express makes nearly 40 miles an hour. Between Rome and Naples, 155 miles, there are only 4 or 5 trains daily, the fastest at 34 miles an hour, while it takes 920 minutes to go 439 miles on the best train from Rome to Brindisi, a rate of less than 30 miles an hour. The express between Stockholm and Gothenburg, the 2 large cities of Sweden, barely makes 30 miles an hour. In the remaining continental countries, the trains are even slower. End of Section 6. Section 7 of the Scrapbook, Volume 1 Sampler by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Creating Wealth from Waste by Eugene Wood. Section 7. The number of scrap heaps is diminishing as manufacturers learn that byproducts often are more valuable than the things from which they are taken. An original article written for the Scrapbook. The true test of the industrial civilization of a people is the extent to which every scrap and grain of its resources are utilized. The motto of a prosperous nation is, "Gather up the fragments, that nothing be lost." That the last few years have seen such an increase in the production of wealth as has never been known before in the history of the world is not to be wondered at when it is realized that in every department of industry those things that had been previously thrown away have become a source of revenue, and in some cases the byproduct has become of more value than the original product itself. The recovery of wealth from waste is the distinguishing mark of the age, because this is the age of industrial civilization. If the increase in the production of wealth is greater and more rapid than it has ever been since man first landed on this earth, without either a penny or a pocket to put the penny in, it is due to the general extension of methods that have been in use ever since he began to try to pick a living out of the clenched fist of dour old Mother Nature. The delicate perfumes of flowers that otherwise would vanish in a day are trapped in lard, and then snared again from the lard by alcohol. The crusted argols that gather on the inside of the vats where wine ferments are utilized to make the cream of tartar for our biscuits. 10 pans for complexions. The bloom of health that glows upon the cheeks of the ladies of the chorus may be traced to the 10 pans and cups that jingle on the rag collector's wagon. These homely and prosaic vessels are made of plates of iron, coated, all too thinly in these degenerate days, with tin. These iron plates have to be pickled, as the trade phrase goes. All the rust and other substances than the clean iron have to be washed off with acids and water. The pickling liquor is not emptied out as slops by any means. There is a finely divided iron rust floating in it, and when the water is removed by evaporating it, the residue is Venetian red, an iron pigment that, made up as rouge, can counterfeit the ruddy blood that courses so near the surface of the satin skin of youth. It is almost a personal triumph to us to know that the broken bits of rock from the quarry, unfit to use as building material, are turned into crushed stone, for which there is so large a demand, thanks to the increasing popularity of concrete, and that its revenues pay the operating expenses of the quarry, and make the price got from building stone so much clear money. Illuminating gas has to be washed and scrubbed anyhow, before it can be introduced into our houses. The household ammonia with which the kitchen sink is kept so sweet is taken by the 1,000 tons from the scrub water of the gas house and the furnace gas of ironworks. Only the pig's squeal gets away. Meat packers will tell you that nowadays they save everything from the pig but the pig's last dying squeal. Naturally, the hides and skins of the animals slaughtered are worth saving. The tips of cows' horns are used for the mouthpieces of pipes. The horns themselves are split and pressed flat, and combs, the backs of brushes, and large buttons are made of them. What bits and splinters are too small to be worked up go for fertilizer. Hoofs are sorted by colors. The white ones go to Japan, there to be made up into ornaments of artistic merit. We haven't got that far along ourselves. The striped ones stay here to be made up into buttons. The black ones are utilized in the manufacture of cyanide of potash, by which gold is extracted from low-grade ores it formerly did not pay to work. The bones in the feet of cattle bear up a great weight, so they are hard and take a high polish. They can be used instead of ivory, which is getting scarce. Toothbrush handles and cutlery handles are made of these bones. The others in the skeleton are built of lime stuck together with glue and molded into shape by the push and pull of muscles. The soft bones of the head, shoulders, ribs, and breast do not need to be so stiff as the bones of the legs. They have more glue in proportion to lime than the leg bones. The animal needs a kind of flexible, weatherproof varnish flowed over it, so to speak, to protect the tissues. Glue is what makes this coat or hide. So from bones and scraps and trimmings of hide, this glue or gelatin is soaked out. Even the bones on which meat has been cooking have some little dribs of gelatin and fat in them, and these are stewed under pressure until there is nothing left in them of the gelatin, of which they now make the little capsules in which the druggist puts the medicine whose taste we don't just fancy, and fats which go to the soap maker for the want of a better destination. Drugs from dead cattle. From the bodies of cows is obtained the tallow which is made into oleomargarine. The prevailing ailment of the American people is dyspepsia, which is due to a natural lack of pepsin. But it has been found out that the pig's pepsin will do as well as our own, so it is prepared for the drug trade and sold at considerably above the price per pound of the hog on the hoof. There are all sorts of obscure nervous troubles which can be very materially helped by a substance extracted from the gray matter of calves' brains. A growing child should make red corpuscles in his blood at a great rate. All the processes which construct his bones and his flesh and his various organs should be working full-powered. The red rib marrow of freshly killed young animals contains a substance which is soluble in chemically pure glycerin, and can be digested out of that red rib marrow, and which, if given to the child, greatly increases the proportion of red corpuscles in the blood and stimulates all the constructive processes of the body. This will sell for a much larger sum a pound than veal. And so there are various other substances taken from the sweetbreads proper, the neck and throat sweetbreads, the thyroid gland, the parotids, the suprarenal capsules, which can be used in medicine, and can be sold at a large profit to people brought up to believe that eating the part strengthens the part. Glycerin a byproduct. And when all has been extracted that you would think could be extracted, all the bits and scraps and scrapings and what not are put into a tank and cooked until all is dissolved that can be dissolved. The residual fat is skimmed off, and the last bit of glue and the insoluble matter at the bottom of the tank go for fertilizer, and then, in the packing houses that don't know their business, the tank water is let run away. But there is much valuable nitrogenous matter in those waters which the first-rate packers utilize, and there is glycerin there. In the old days, the candle makers who used palm oil had their own troubles with glycerin. If a candle was blown out, the smoldering wick used to leave an offensive odor. It was the glycerin that caused this. Naturally, the only thing to do was to take it out of the candle, and the next thing was to get rid of it down the gully into the creek. People complained, as people will, but what else was an honest chandler to do? Latterly, they have been figuring on the matter, and some of them have come to the conclusion that they used to let as much as $2,000 worth of glycerin get away from them every week. In the last 5 years, the soap makers have learned that they can't realize more money out of the glycerin than they can out of the soap they make. Some of this glycerin is refined, but the great part of the crude goes to the manufacturers of dynamite, which is nitroglycerin mixed with infusorial earth, so as to weaken it. There is just as much acid after the glycerin is turned into nitroglycerin as there was before. After it is washed out, the nitro is left apparently unchanged. It is not broken up, but it is on the edge of it. Give it a knock, and it all flies to pieces at once so suddenly that it will loosen more dirt in a second than 100 pick and shovel men could scoop out in a week. Wealth in refuse heaps. Back of the tin shop there used to be a heap of shining clippings. The heap of clippings isn't there now. If there are any bits of tin too small to make the backs of buttons, they are pressed together to make window sash weights. Nor is that pile of sawdust back of the sawmill any more. The butchers want it for their floors, but that isn't the most economical use for it. There are acetic acid, wood alcohol, naphtha, wood tar, and all that implies, to be had from the distillation of sawdust, to say nothing of sugar from birch sawdust. The reason there isn't more money in the sawdust than in sashes, doors, and blinds which the factory turns out is because we have more faith in cogwheels than we have in test tubes. In machinery, big or little, Americans stand at the head of the class. In industrial chemistry, they are at the foot of the class. We pay the Germans about 10 times what we ought to for phenacetin, because we can't get it into our heads that there is any money in applied organic chemistry. Coal tar was once a nuisance, but the Germans make indigo so much better and cheaper from it now that they have put the indigo plant out of business. The red trousers of the French soldiers are dyed with German alizarin, also a coal tar product, because it doesn't pay to raise madder any longer. In coal tar are all sorts of valuable drugs, dyes, and perfumes, but we don't know it industrially. Stay, I do my country an injustice. We can make mothballs and carbolic acid, but that is as much as ever we can do. And this is why we do not utilize the sawdust and make a better business out of it than the sawmill can. And garbage. I wonder how much orange peel and lemon peel is thrown away in New York City every day, and how much the neroli or essential oil that could be got from it would be worth. I wonder if the stalks and fag ends of vegetables could not be distilled and something made from them. But the limit of our wisdom in regard to garbage is burn it and get power from it. Somebody is going to get rich from this garbage problem one of these days. But it will be the test tube and not the cogwheel that will make the money. It will be the industrial chemist, not the mechanic. Fortunes lurk in old wool. See what a difference such knowledge has made in the wool industry. Sheep's wool is dirty and greasy when it comes to the mills. Wash it with strong alkali in running water. That is what has always been done. But a man in Massachusetts thought it would be a good idea to dissolve the grease with some such solvent as naphtha. He saved the naphtha to use over again. He recovered the grease, which is the most softening and penetrating of all fats, and is most valuable for ointments, and he recovered carbonate of potash. Sheep wearing heavy wool in the hot weather perspire freely, and this perspiration contains carbonate of potash. After the wool is once woven into cloth, we may dismiss from our minds all thought of effecting any more economies. When the suit of clothes is worn to rags, the rags are still as good as new, for the wool is picked out into strands of fiber again and woven anew. It isn't ground into shoddy as it was in the days of the Civil War. The wool is picked apart as long as it has any staple to it at all, and forms part of the most expensive and enduring of fabrics. It may be mixed with cotton, but when it comes to be a rag again, the cotton is burned out either with acid or with heat. The dust is taken out, and once more behold absolutely pure wool, much safer to wear than the new wool of the tropics and semi-tropics. When there is not enough wool to hold together, it goes into our clothing. With wood ashes and scrap iron, it ceases to be a fabric and becomes a dye, Prussian blue. The cotton rag has no such life. All it is good for is paper stock. The paper business is essentially a wealth from waste industry. For a long time, linen rags, cotton rags, and old rope were the only materials of which paper was made. Cheap books and magazines and newspapers had to wait until it was discovered that the resins and gums in which the fibers of wood are embedded could be dissolved away, leaving the pulp of the wood in just the same condition that the pulp of rags was. Where old magazines go. If the resins are not thoroughly dissolved away, the paper turns brown in the course of time. Naturally enough, the wood pulp makers let the solution of resins run off and become a nuisance, but they, too, are learning that there are glucoses and pyroligneous acids and all manner of riches to be obtained from the solution of the vegetable matter, to say nothing of the possibilities of what a sort of gum or glue which is softened both by heat and by moisture. And just a word about an economy found necessary by the magazines and newspapers which take back the copies the newsdealer does not sell. These returns were hard to get rid of. Paper is mean stuff to burn in quantities. So far as the texture of the wood pulp paper is concerned, it might be used to print on again, but how are you going to remove the ink? Let the ink stay on and use the pulp over again for pasteboard boxes. And that's what becomes of the newspapers and magazines that nobody buys. If you will look over journals devoted to concrete and its wonders, you will see a good deal about the concrete made out of slag. And there was a neat little point made when it was discovered that about 2 cents a pound could be saved in the manufacture of iron by freezing all the moisture out of the atmospheric air before it was heated for the blast. But the best is yet to come. Quite a bit of money has been made in this country from the manufacture of iron. What do you say to the proposition to make the iron itself a mere byproduct to something even more valuable? Valuable gas ran to waste. From the top of the furnace, in which iron ore is liquefying in the fervent heat, there rushes out a gas, largely carbon monoxide, whose hunger for oxygen has been only half satisfied. If it could get that other atom of oxygen, it would be a gas that would only smother us when it didn't make the soda fountain fizz. As it is, carbon monoxide is deadly poison. It has to be put to some use. It doesn't burn under a boiler very well. It is necessary to keep a bed of coals going so that the furnace gas may stay lighted, but it has been found that even when it is too poor to keep alight, it will explode in the combustion chamber of a gas engine. It has also been found that a furnace smelting 7 tons of pig iron an hour will make enough furnace gas to supply 9,000 horsepower per hour. Deducting gas and power that can be economically used on the premises, it is estimated that there will be a surplus of power to sell of 5,000 horsepower per hour. Now that we are able to transmit power cheaply by high-tension currents, it is easy to see what this means. In New York, they sell electromotive force for from 4 cents per horsepower per hour up to 12 cents. Call it 2 cents, and 5,000 horsepower per hour means $100, which is more money than 7 tons of pig iron will bring. A lot has been done with cogwheels, a lot is being done with wires, but when it comes to recovering wealth from waste, it is the test tube that will do it. And so, study chemistry, young man. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. The Tapestried Chamber by Sir Walter Scott. Section 8. This tale by Sir Walter Scott is justly reckoned among the most effective ghost stories ever written. Its art lies in its perfect simplicity, which, for the moment, convinces the reader of its truth and therefore makes the horror of it intensely real. Scott had himself a strain of superstition in his nature, derived in part from his Scottish ancestry and heightened by the strange stories and gruesome legends which had been told him by the peasants around whose fires he had sat at night while still a boy. His belief in the supernatural appears and reappears in many of his most famous novels, as in the episode of the Grey Spectre in Waverley, the second sight of Meg Merrilies in Guy Mannering, and the weird figure of Norna of the Fitful Head in The Pirate. But no better example can be found in Scott's command of the mysterious as an element in fiction than this short story of The Tapestried Chamber. The following narrative is given from the pen, so far as memory permits, in the same character in which it was presented to the author's ear, nor has he claimed to further praise, or to be more deeply censured, than in proportion to the good or bad judgment which he has employed in selecting his materials, as he has studiously avoided any attempt at ornament which might interfere with the simplicity of the tale. At the same time, it must be admitted that the particular class of stories which turns on the marvelous possesses a stronger influence when told than when committed to print. The volume taken up at noonday, though rehearsing the same incidents, conveys a much more feeble impression than is achieved by the voice of the speaker on a circle of fireside auditors, who hang upon the narrative as the narrator details the minute incidents which serve to give it authenticity, and lowers his voice with an affectation of mystery while he approaches the fearful and wonderful part. It was with such advantages that the present writer heard the following events related, more than 20 years since, by the celebrated Miss Seward of Lichfield, who, to her numerous accomplishments, added, in a remarkable degree, the power of narrative in private conversation. In its present form the tale must necessarily lose all the interest which was attached to it by the flexible voice and intelligent features of the gifted narrator, yet still read aloud to an undoubting audience by the doubtful light of the closing evening, or, in silence, by a decaying taper, and amidst the solitude of a half-lighted apartment, it may redeem its character as a good ghost story. Miss Seward always affirmed that she had delivered her information from an authentic source, although she suppressed the names of the two persons chiefly concerned. I will not avail myself of any particulars I may have since received concerning the localities of the detail, but suffer them to rest under the same general description in which they were first related to me. And for this same reason I will not add to or diminish the narrative by any circumstance, whether more or less material, but simply rehearse, as I heard it, a story of supernatural terror. About the end of the American War, when the officers of Lord Cromwell's army, which surrounded at Yorktown, and others who had been made prisoners during the impolitic and ill-fated controversy, were returning to their own country to relate their adventures and repose themselves after their fatigues, there was among them a general officer to whom Miss S. gave the name of Brown, but merely, as I understood, to save the inconvenience of introducing a nameless agent in the narrative. He was an officer of merit, as well as a gentleman of high consideration for family and attainments. Some business had carried General Brown upon a tour through the western counties, when, in the conclusion of a morning stage, he found himself in the vicinity of a small country town, which presented a scene of uncommon beauty, and a character peculiarly English. The little town, with its stately old church, whose tower bore testimony to the devotion of ages long past, lay amid pastures and cornfields of small extent, but bounded and divided with hedgerow timber of great age and size. There were few marks of modern improvement. The environs of the place intimated neither the solitude of decay nor the bustle of novelty. The houses were old, but in good repair, and the beautiful little river murmured freely on its way to the left of the town, neither restrained by a dam nor bordered by a towing path. Upon a gentle eminence, nearly a mile to the southward of the town, were seen, among many venerable oaks and tangled thickets, the turrets of a castle, as old as the wars of York and Lancaster, but which seemed to have received important alterations during the age of Elizabeth and her successor. It had not been a place of great size, but whatever accommodation it formerly afforded was, it must be supposed, still to be obtained within its walls. At least, such was the inference which General Brown drew from observing the smoke arise merrily from several of the ancient wreathed and carved chimney-stalks. The wall of the park ran alongside of the highway for 200 or 300 yards, and through the different points by which the eye found glimpses into the woodland scenery it seemed to be well stocked. Other points of view opened in succession, now a full one of the front of the old castle, and now a side glimpse at its particular towers, the former rich in all the bizarrerie of the Elizabethan school, while the simple and solid strength of other parts of the building seemed to show that they had been raised more for defense than ostentation. Delighted with the particular glimpses which he obtained of the castle through the woods and glades by which this ancient feudal fortress was surrounded, our military traveler was determined to inquire whether it might not deserve a nearer view, and whether it contained family pictures or other objects of curiosity worthy of a stranger's visit. When, leaving the vicinity of the park, he rolled through a clean and well-paved street, and stopped at the door of a well-frequented inn. Before ordering horses to proceed on his journey, General Brown made inquiries concerning the proprietor of the chateau which had so attracted his admiration, and was equally surprised and pleased at hearing in reply a nobleman named, whom we shall call Lord Woodville. How fortunate! Much of Brown's early recollections, both at school and at college, had been connected with young Woodville, whom, by a few questions, he now ascertained to be the same with the owner of this fair domain. He had been raised to the peerage by the decease of his father a few months before, and, as the general learned from the landlord, the term of mourning being ended, was now taking possession of his paternal estate, in the jovial season of merry autumn, accompanied by a select party of friends, to enjoy the sports of a country famous for game. This was delightful news to our traveler. Frank Woodville had been Richard Browne's fag at Eton, and his chosen intimate at Christ Church. Their pleasures and their tasks had been the same, and the honest soldier's heart warmed to find his early friend in possession of so delightful a residence, and of an estate, as the landlord assured him with a nod and a wink, fully adequate to maintain and add to his dignity. Nothing was more natural than that the traveler should suspend a journey, which there was nothing to render hurried, to pay a visit to an old friend under such agreeable circumstances. The fresh horses, therefore, had only the brief task of conveying the general's travelling carriage to Woodville Castle. A porter admitted them at a modern Gothic lodge, built in that style to correspond with the castle itself, and at the same time rang a bell to give warning of the approach of visitors. Apparently the sound of the bell had suspended the separation of the company, bent on the various amusements of the morning, for, on entering the court of the chateau, several young men were lounging about in their sporting dresses, looking at and criticizing the dogs which the keepers held in readiness to attend their pastime. As General Browne alighted, the young lord came to the gate of the hall, and for an instant gazed as at a stranger upon the countenance of his friend, on which war, with its fatigues and its wounds, had made a great alteration. But the uncertainty lasted no longer than till the visitor had spoken, and the hearty greeting which followed was such as can only be exchanged between those who have passed together the merry days of careless boyhood or early youth. "If I could have formed a wish, my dear Browne," said Lord Woodville, "it would have been to have you here, of all men, upon this occasion, which my friends are good enough to hold as a sort of holiday. Do not think you have been unwatched during the years you have been absent from us. I have traced you through your dangers, your triumphs, your misfortunes, and was delighted to see that, whether in victory or defeat, the name of my old friend was always distinguished with applause." The general made a suitable reply, and congratulated his friend on his new dignities, and the possession of a place and domain so beautiful. "Nay, you have seen nothing of it as yet," said Lord Woodville, "and I trust you do not mean to leave us till you are better acquainted with it. It is true, I confess, that my present party is pretty large, and the old house, like other places of the kind, does not possess so much accommodation as the extent of the outward walls appears to promise, but we can give you a comfortable old-fashioned room, and I venture to suppose that your campaigns have taught you to be glad of worse quarters." The general shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "Ha! I presume," he said, "the worst apartment in your chateau is considerably superior to the old tobacco cask, in which I was fain to take up my night's lodging when I was in the bush, as the Virginians call it, with the light corps. There I lay, like Diogenes himself, so delighted with my covering from the elements that I made a vain attempt to have it rolled onto my next quarters, but my commander for the time would give way to no such luxurious provision, and I took farewell of my beloved cask with tears in my eyes." "Well, then, since you do not fear your quarters," said Lord Woodville, "you will stay with me a week at least. Of guns, dogs, fishing rods, flies, and means of sport by sea and land, we have enough and to spare. You cannot pitch on an amusement, but we all find the means of pursuing it. But if you prefer the gun and pointers, I will go with you myself, and see whether you have mended your shooting since you have been among the Indians of the back settlements." The general gladly accepted his friendly host's proposal in all its points. After a morning of manly exercise, the company met at dinner, where it was the delight of Lord Woodville to conduce to the display of the high properties of his recovered friend, so as to recommend him to his guests, most of whom were persons of distinction. He led General Browne to speak of the scenes he had witnessed, and at every word marked alike the brave officer and the sensible man, who retained possession of his cool judgment under the most imminent dangers. The company looked upon the soldier with general respect, as on one who had proved himself possessed of an uncommon portion of personal courage, that attribute, of all others, of which everybody desires to be thought possessed. The day at Woodville Castle ended as usual in such mansions. The hospitality stopped within the limits of good order. Music, in which the young lord was a proficient, succeeded to the circulation of the bottle. Cards and billiards, for those who preferred such amusements, were in readiness, but the exercise of the morning required early hours, and not long after 11 o'clock the guests began to retire to their several apartments. The young lord himself conducted his friend, General Browne, to the chamber destined for him, which answered the description he had given of it, being comfortable, but old-fashioned. The bed was of the massive form used in the end of the 17th century, and the curtains, of faded silk, heavily trimmed with tarnished gold. But then the sheets, pillows, and blankets looked delightful to the campaigner when he thought of his mansion, the Casque. There was an air of gloom in the tapestry hangings, which, with their worn-out graces, curtained the walls of the little chamber, and gently undulated as the autumnal breeze found its way through the ancient lattice window, which pattered and whistled as the air gained entrance. The toilet, too, with its mirror, turbaned, after the manner of the beginning of the century, with a coiffure of murrey-colored silk, and its 100 strange-shaped boxes, providing for arrangements which had been obsolete for more than 50 years, had an antique, and in so far a melancholy aspect. But nothing could blaze more brightly and cheerfully than the two large wax candles, or if aught could rival them, it was the flaming, bickering faggots in the chimney, that sent at once their gleam and their warmth through the snug apartment, which, notwithstanding the general antiquity of its appearance, was not wanting in the least convenience that modern habits rendered either necessary or desirable. "This is an old-fashioned sleeping apartment, General," said the young lord, "but I hope you find nothing that makes you envy your old tobacco cask." "I am not particular respecting my lodgings," replied the general, "yet were I to make any choice, I would prefer this chamber by many degrees to the gayer and more modern rooms of your family mansion. Believe me that when I unite its modern air of comfort with its venerable antiquity, and recollect that it is your lordship's property, I shall feel in better quarters here than if I were in the best hotel London could afford. I trust, I have no doubt, that you will find yourself as comfortable as I wish you, my dear General," said the young nobleman, and, once more bidding his guest good night, he shook him by the hand and withdrew. The general once more looked about him, and, internally congratulating himself on his return to peaceful life, the comforts of which were endeared by the recollection of the hardships and dangers he had lately sustained, undressed himself, and prepared for a luxurious night's rest. Here, contrary to the custom of this species of tale, we leave the general in possession of his apartment until the next morning. The company assembled for breakfast at an early hour, but without the appearance of General Browne, who seemed the guest that Lord Woodville was desirous of honoring, above all whom his hospitality had assembled around him. He more than once expressed surprise at the general's absence, and at length sent a servant to make inquiry after him. The man brought back information that General Browne had been walking abroad since an early hour of the morning, in defiance of the weather, which was misty and ungenial. "The custom of a soldier," said the young nobleman to his friends. "Many of them acquire habitual vigilance, and cannot sleep after the early hour at which their duty usually commands them to be alert." Yet the explanation which Lord Woodville thus offered to the company seemed hardly satisfactory to his own mind, and it was in a fit of silence and abstraction that he awaited the return of the general. It took place near an hour after the breakfast bell had rung. He looked fatigued and feverish. His hair, the powdering and arrangement of which was at this time one of the most important occupations of a man's whole day, and marked his fashion as much as, in the present time, the tying of a cravat, or the want of one, was dishevelled, uncurled, void of powder, and dank with dew. His clothes were huddled on with a careless negligence, remarkable in a military man, whose real or supposed duties are usually held to include some attention to the toilet, and his looks were haggard and ghastly. "So you have stolen a march upon us this morning, my dear General," said Lord Woodville, "or you have not found your bed so much to your mind as I had hoped, and you seem to expect. How did you rest last night?" "Oh, excellently well, remarkably well, never better in my life," said General Browne rapidly, and yet with an air of embarrassment, which was obvious to his friend. He then hastily swallowed a cup of tea, and, neglecting or refusing whatever else was offered, seemed to fall into a fit of abstraction. "You will take the gun to-day, General?" said his friend and host, but had to repeat the question twice ere he received the abrupt answer, "No, my lord, I am sorry I cannot have the honor of spending another day with your lordship. My post horses are ordered, and will be here directly." All who were present showed surprise, and Lord Woodville immediately replied, "Post horses, my good friend, what can you possibly want with them, when you promised to stay with me quietly for at least a week?" "I believe," said the general, obviously much embarrassed, "that I might, in the pleasure of my first meeting with your lordship, have said something about stopping here a few days, but I have since found it altogether impossible." "That is very extraordinary," answered the young nobleman. "You seemed quite disengaged yesterday, and you cannot have had a summons to-day, for our post has not come up from the town, and therefore you cannot have received any letters." General Browne, without giving any further explanation, muttered something of indispensable business, and insisted on the absolute necessity of his departure, in a manner which silenced all opposition on the part of his host, who saw that his resolution was taken, and forbore all further importunity. "At least, however," he said, "permit me, my dear Browne, since go you will, or must, to show you the view from the terrace, which the mist that is now rising will soon display." He threw open a sash window, and stepped down upon the terrace as he spoke. The general followed him mechanically, but seemed little to attend to what his host was saying, as, looking across an extended and rich prospect, he pointed out the different objects worthy of observation. Thus they moved on till Lord Woodville had attained his purpose of drawing his guest entirely apart from the rest of the company, when, turning around upon him with an air of great solemnity, he addressed him thus: "Richard Browne, my old and very dear friend, we are now alone. Let me conjure you to answer me upon the word of a friend, and the honor of a soldier. How did you in reality rest during last night?" "Most wretchedly indeed, my lord," answered the general in the same tone of solemnity, "so miserably that I would not run the risk of such a second night, not only for all the lands belonging to this castle, but for all the country which I see from this elevated point of view." "This is most extraordinary," said the young lord, as if speaking to himself. "Then there must be something in the reports concerning that apartment." Again turning to the general, he said, "For God's sake, my dear friend, be candid with me, and let me know the disagreeable particulars which have befallen you under a roof where, with consent of the owner, you should have met nothing save comfort." The general seemed distressed by this appeal, and paused a moment before he replied. "My dear lord," he at length said, What happened to me last night is of a nature so peculiar and so unpleasant that I could hardly bring myself to detail it even to your lordship, were it not that, independent of my wish to gratify any request of yours, I think that sincerity on my part may lead to some explanation about a circumstance equally painful and mysterious. To others, the communication I am about to make might place me in the light of a weak-minded, superstitious fool, who suffered his own imagination to delude and bewilder him. But you have known me in childhood and youth, and will not suspect me of having adopted in manhood the feelings and frailties from which my early years were free. Here he paused, and his friend replied. Do not doubt my perfect confidence in the truth of your communication, however strange it may be, replied Lord Woodville. I know your firmness of disposition too well to suspect you could be made the object of imposition, and am aware that your honor and your friendship will equally deter you from exaggerating whatever you may have witnessed. Well then, said the general, I will proceed with my story as well as I can, relying upon your candor, and yet distinctly feeling that I would rather face a battery than recall to my mind the odious recollections of last night. He paused a second time, and then, perceiving that Lord Woodville remained silent and in an attitude of attention, he commenced, though not without obvious reluctance, the history of his night adventures in the tapestried chamber. I undressed and went to bed so soon as your lordship left me yesterday evening, but the wood in the chimney, which nearly fronted my bed, blazed brightly and cheerfully, and, aided by 100 exciting recollections of my childhood and youth, which had been recalled by the unexpected pleasure of meeting your lordship, prevented me from falling immediately asleep. I ought, however, to say that these reflections were all of a pleasant and agreeable kind, grounded on a sense of having for a time exchanged the labor, fatigues, and dangers of my profession for the enjoyments of a peaceful life, and the reunion of those friendly and affectionate ties which I had torn asunder at the rude summons of war. While such pleasing reflections were stealing over my mind and gradually lulling me to slumber, I was suddenly aroused by a sound like that of the rustling of a silken gown and the tapping of a pair of high-heeled shoes, as if a woman were walking in the apartment. Ere I could draw the curtain to see what the matter was, the figure of a little woman passed between the bed and the fire. The back of this form was turned to me, and I could observe from the shoulders and neck it was that of an old woman, whose dress was an old-fashioned gown, which, I think, ladies call a sack, that is, a sort of robe completely loose in the body, but gathered into broad plaits upon the neck and shoulders, which fall down to the ground, and terminate in a species of train. I thought the intrusion singular enough, but never harbored for a moment the idea that what I saw was anything more than the mortal form of some old woman about the establishment, who had a fancy to dress like her grandmother, and who, having perhaps, as your lordship mentioned, that you were rather straitened for room, been dislodged from her chamber for my accommodation, had forgotten the circumstances and returned by 12 to her old haunt. Under this persuasion, I've moved myself in bed and coughed a little, to make the intruder sensible of my being in possession of the premises. She turned slowly around, but, gracious heavens, my lord, what a countenance did she display to me! There was no longer any question what she was, or any thought of her being a living being. Upon a face which wore the fixed features of a corpse were imprinted the traces of the vilest and most hideous passions which had animated her while she lived. The body of some atrocious criminal seemed to have given up from the grave, and the soul restored from the penal fire, in order to form, for a space, a union with the ancient accomplice of its guilt. I started up in bed, and sat upright, supporting myself on my palms, as I gazed on this horrible spectre. The hag made, as it seemed, a single and swift stride to the bed where I lay, and squatted herself down upon it in precisely the same attitude which I had assumed in the extremity of horror, advancing her diabolical countenance within half a yard of mine, with a grin which seemed to intimate the malice and the derision of an incarnate fiend. Here General Browne stopped and wiped from his brow the cold perspiration with which the recollection of this horrible vision had covered it. "My lord," he said, "I am no coward. I have been in all the mortal dangers incidental to my profession, and I may truly boast that no man ever knew Richard Browne dishonor the sword he wears. But in these horrible circumstances, under the eyes, and as it seemed, almost in the grasp of an incarnation of an evil spirit, all firmness forsook me. All manhood melted from me like wax in the furnace, and I felt my hair individually bristle. The current of my life blood ceased to flow, and I sank back in a swoon, as very a victim to panic terror as ever was a village girl or a child of 10 years old. How long I lay in this condition I cannot pretend to guess. But I was roused by the castle clock striking 1, so loud that it seemed as if it were in the very room. It was some time before I dared open my eyes, lest they should again encounter the horrible spectacle. When, however, I summoned courage to look up, she was no longer visible. My first idea was to pull my bell, wake the servants, and remove to a garret or a hay-loft, to be insured against a second visitation. Nay, I will confess the truth, that my resolution was altered, not by the shame of exposing myself, but by the fear that, as the bell cord hung by the chimney, I might, in making my way to it, be again crossed by the fiendish hag, who, I figured to myself, might be still lurking about some corner of the apartment. I will not pretend to describe what hot and cold fever fits tormented me for the rest of the night, through broken sleep, weary vigils, and that dubious state which forms the neutral ground between them. 100 terrible objects appeared to haunt me, but there was the great difference between the vision which I have described and those which followed, that I knew the last to be deceptions of my own fancy. Day at last appeared, and I rose from my bed, ill in health and humiliated in mind. I was ashamed of myself as a man and a soldier, and still more so at feeling my own extreme desire to escape from the haunted apartment, which, however, conquered all other considerations, so that, huddling on my clothes with the most careless haste, I made my escape from your lordship's mansion to seek in the open air some relief to my nervous system, shaken as it was by this horrible encounter with a visitant, for such I must believe her, from the other world. Your lordship has now heard the case of my discomfiture, and of my sudden desire to leave your hospitable castle. In other places I trust we may often meet, but God protect me from ever spending a second night under that roof." Strange as the general's tale was, he spoke with such a deep air of conviction that it cut short all the usual commentaries which are made on such stories. Lord Woodville never once asked him if he was sure he did not dream of the apparition, or suggested any of the possibilities by which it is fashionable to explain supernatural appearances, as wild vagaries of the fancy or deceptions of the optic nerves. On the contrary, he seemed deeply impressed with the truth and reality of what he had heard, and after a considerable pause, regretted, with much appearance of sincerity, that his early friend should in his house have suffered so severely. "I am the more sorry for your pain, my dear Browne," he continued, "that it is the unhappy, though most unexpected result of an experiment of my own. You must know that, for my father and grandfather's time at least, the apartment which was assigned to you last night had been shut on account of reports that it was disturbed by supernatural sights and noises. When I came, a few weeks since, into possession of the estate, I thought the accommodation which the castle afforded for my friends was not extensive enough to permit the inhabitants of the invisible world to retain possession of a comfortable sleeping apartment. I therefore caused the tapestried chamber, as we call it, to be opened, and, without destroying its air of antiquity, I had such new articles of furniture placed in it as became the modern times. Yet as the opinion that the room was haunted very strongly prevailed among the domestics, and was also known in the neighborhood and to many of my friends, I feared some prejudice might be entertained by the first occupant of the tapestried chamber, which might tend to revive the evil report which it had labored under, and so disappoint my purpose of rendering it a useful part of the house. I must confess, my dear Brown, that your arrival yesterday, agreeable to me for 1,000 reasons besides, seemed the most favorable opportunity of removing the unpleasant rumors which attached to the room, since your courage was indubitable, and your mind free of any preoccupation on the subject. I could not, therefore, have chosen a more fitting subject for my experiment. "Upon my life," said General Brown, somewhat hastily, "I am infinitely obliged to your lordship, very particularly indebted indeed. I am likely to remember for some time the consequences of the experiment, as your lordship is pleased to call it." "Nay, now you are unjust, my dear friend," said Lord Woodville. "You have only to reflect for a single moment in order to be convinced that I could not augur the possibility of the pain to which you have been so unhappily exposed. I was yesterday morning a complete skeptic on the subject of supernatural appearances. Nay, I am sure that had I told you what was said about that room, those very reports would have induced you, by your own choice, to select it for your accommodation. It was my misfortune, perhaps my error, but really cannot be termed my fault, that you have been afflicted so strangely." "Strangely, indeed," said the General, resuming his good temper, "and I acknowledge that I have no right to be offended with your lordship for treating me like what I used to think myself, a man of some firmness and courage. But I see my post-horses are arrived, and I must not detain your lordship from your amusement." "Nay, my old friend," said Lord Woodville, "since you cannot stay with us another day, which indeed I can no longer urge, give me at least half an hour more. You used to love pictures, and I have a gallery of portraits, some of them by Van Dyck, representing ancestry to whom this property and castle formerly belonged. I think that several of them will strike you as possessing merit." General Brown accepted the invitation, though somewhat unwillingly. It was evident he was not to breathe freely or at ease till he left Woodville Castle far behind him. He could not refuse his friend's invitation, however, and the less so, that he was a little ashamed of the peevishness which he had displayed toward his well-meaning entertainer. The General, therefore, followed Lord Woodville through several rooms into a long gallery hung with pictures, which the latter pointed out to his guest, telling the names and giving some account of the personages whose portraits presented themselves in progression. General Brown was but little interested in the details which these accounts conveyed to him. They were, indeed, of the kind which are usually found in an old family gallery. Here was a cavalier who had ruined the estate in the royal cause; there a fine lady who had reinstated it by contracting a match with a wealthy Roundhead; there hung a gallant who had been in danger for corresponding with the exiled court at St. Germain's; here one who had taken arms for William at the Revolution; and there a third that had thrown his weight alternately into the scale of Whig and Tory. While Lord Woodville was cramming these words into his guest's ear, against the stomach of his sense, they gained the middle of the gallery, when he beheld General Brown suddenly start and assume an attitude of the utmost surprise, not unmixed with fear, as his eyes were caught and suddenly riveted by a portrait of an old lady in a sack, the fashionable dress at the end of the 17th century. "There she is!" he exclaimed. "There she is in form and features, though inferior in demoniac expression to the hag that visited me last night." "If that be the case," said the young nobleman, "there can remain no longer any doubt of the horrible reality of your apparition. That is the picture of a wretched ancestress of mine, of whose crimes a black and fearful catalogue is recorded in a family history in my charter chest. The recital of them would be too horrible. It is enough to say that in yon fatal apartment incest and unnatural murder were committed. I will restore it to the solitude to which the better judgment of those who preceded me had consigned it, and never shall any one, so long as I can prevent it, be exposed to a repetition of the supernatural horrors which could shake such courage as yours." Thus the friends, who had met with such glee, parted in a very different mood. Lord Woodville to command the tapestry chamber to be unmantled and the doors built up, and General Browne to seek in some less beautiful country, and with some less dignified friend, forgetfulness of the painful night which he had passed in Woodville Castle. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bologna Times. The Story of the Snow Eleonora, by Anonymous. Section 9. A true tale of the South Seas that tells of the remarkable experience of an American trading vessel and its skipper's terrible revenge, more than a century ago. At the time that Commodore Dewey's squadron hurled its showers of lead and steel upon the doomed ships of the Spanish admiral in Manila Bay, scores of mushroom bards uncovered their lyres and described the sensations of the echoes that had the honor of bearing, for the first time in the history of the world, the sounds of Yankee guns among the startled islands of the Pacific. But the bards were wrong. The echoes performed that office during the first administration of George Washington as President of the United States. The incident is one which apparently has escaped the notice of historians, else it would have been recalled shortly before the close of last year, when political circles in France were somewhat fluttered by a rumor that as a result of a series of secret negotiations the French government had expressed its willingness to sell the United States the island of Tahiti. The rumor was soon denied officially, but in the meantime thousands of Americans had taken down their atlases, looked up the situation of the island, and asked themselves what the United States wanted with it anyway. But there was a little story concerning the island of Tahiti, formerly known as Otaheite, that the atlases and gazetteers did not give them. The story of a Yankee skipper's revenge. It tells how American guns commanded respect for the flag in the South Seas in the year 1790. The Yankee skipper was Captain Metcalf, who then was in command of an armed trading vessel named the Eleonora. The Eleonora was a snow, which it may be worth while to explain, was an old-fashioned variety of brig. Her crew consisted of Americans, Portuguese, and some natives picked up at Manila. The account of the remarkable adventure is printed in the Gentleman's Magazine, published in London, April, 1791. The writer, who was one of the officers of the Eleonora at the time, relates his story with brutal frankness, and his narration resulted in a vast deal of comment abroad that was somewhat galling to the citizens of the newborn Republic of the United States. The account, as published in the Gentleman's Magazine, is as follows. Story told by an officer. Moby, latitude 19 north, longitude 168 east. On or about the 30th of January, 1790, we anchored under Ladrone Mount, and commenced a trade with the natives for hogs, fruit, limes, fish, etc. But not liking the situation, we weighed anchor and went 2 miles farther up into a bay, and came to anchor about 4 p.m. At 11 or 12 o'clock midnight, some of the natives swam off and cut away the cutter from astern. At 1 p.m. we discovered that she was missing, and immediately called all hands aft on the quarter-deck, and found none missing except the man who was in her as boat-keeper. We then hoisted the small boat out to go in search of her, but found, on lowering her into the water, she leaked in such a manner as obliged us to hoist her in again, which rendered it impossible to search that night. On the preceding evening an old man requested permission to sleep on board, which was granted, but after missing the boat we put him in irons. When daylight approached, no canoes came off as usual, which confirmed our suspicions that they had cut the boat adrift. The women on board wished to go on shore. Captain Metcalf told them they might go when they thought proper. They all immediately leapt into the water and swam to the shore, at least 3 miles distance. The old man also requested leave to go, but leave was not granted him. In the afternoon 2 or 3 canoes came alongside with presents from the chief, consisting of hogs and fruit, but they were not accepted. The last that came we ordered immediately away, but they paid little attention to it until we fired musket shots at them, which killed and wounded 3 or 4. Tried to sink ship with knife. Toward night a man swam from the shore to the cable with a knife in his hand, and afterward swam under the ship's counter, where we saw him with the knife. He had once or twice dived under water and started a piece of copper off the ship's bottom, imagining, could he get the copper off, the ship would sink. Captain Metcalf fired a pistol at him from the cabin window, but missed him. 3 or 4 of the people jumped into the boat and caught him. After bringing him on board, Captain Metcalf fully determined to hang him, ordering a rope to be rove at the fore-yard arm and the rope greased. But, by the persuasion of Mr. Chambers and myself, he concluded to save his life and keep him prisoner. The next day we observed 4,000 or 5,000 people to come down opposite the ship, all armed with slings, spears, and arrows. At 10 o'clock we hauled the ship within a quarter of a mile of the shore, and fired round and grape shot at them, and dislodged them from the village. At 12 o'clock I went on shore with the boat and 6 men, set fire to the village and Moray, a place of worship. Some of them were seen very near, but, by constant firing from the ship, they did not attempt to attack us. I came on board and took some small water casks to fill with water, but after landing, that attention not being paid to firing as before, the natives came down, great numbers, throwing their spears and stones, which obliged us to go on board again, our object unaccomplished. They then all went to the summit of a hill, thinking the shot from the ship could not reach them there, but we fired 2 guns with such good aim that they were soon convinced of their error, and immediately fled to the mountains and low ditches, where it was impossible for our shot to touch them. We then desisted from firing, hove up the anchors, and went farther up the bay in hope of completing our water. The chief accepted ransom. Toward evening we again came to an anchor, and on the next morning 2 or 3 canoes came off, who were well treated, so that more came off and engaged to bring us water, and the captain purchased a small boy and girl for 2 axes and a few beads. After continuing here 3 or 4 days we weighed anchor and stood from the island. We had been under way about an hour and a half, with a light breeze, when the natives came in a canoe alongside and informed us that the chief of the people who had stolen the boat lived behind a point to the northward. We then hauled our wind, went around the point, and came to anchor. The next day a canoe came alongside with one of their chiefs. When he came on board we began to expostulate with him in order to recover our boat and the man. He told us that for a reward he would bring both of them. Captain Metcalf offered him a musket, 8 cartridges, 1 bar of iron, and a piece of Bengal cloth for the man, and the same for the boat, which he agreed to. The next morning he again came on board, and said if we would send a boat on shore, or near the shore, he would bring the man. Immediately, by order of Captain Metcalf, I armed the boat and went near the shore, but after waiting an hour, paying attention to their proceedings, and their not bringing the man, I returned on board. The chief then came off a second time, and said if the boat went again, we might depend upon getting the man. I armed the boat, and again went towards shore, where, after waiting half an hour, they sent a man, who swam to the boat, with the thigh bones of the man who was boat keeper when they stole the boat. I received them, and came on board, showed them to Captain Metcalf, and threw them into the sea. A few minutes afterward, the same chief came on board for the reward. It was given, and he was also told that if he brought the boat the reward should be given for that also, for he insisted that it was not hurt. Sacrificed seamen to gods. He then told us the manner in which they had killed the boat keeper, as follows: that after cutting away the post, and she had drifted a distance from the ship, they got into her and found the man asleep, but he immediately awoke, and, seeing them, drew his knife upon them. They, however, overpowered him, and took the knife from him, cut his head off, and took him on shore, and the next night burned him for a sacrifice to their gods. We judged the night they stole the boat, they killed the man, and the next day burnt him, as the mountains seemed to be one continuous blaze, which is their custom on such occasions, but were not then positive of the above. After relating the story, he desired of the captain that the natives might come and trade as usual. Leave being granted, he went on shore, and just at sunset he came off again in a large double canoe with 25 women. But the captain, suspecting they had some design in the night to take the vessel, would not permit them to come on board. The day following, the canoes, as usual at the other islands, came alongside with hogs, fruit, limes, etc. The chief had told them they might come and trade without molestation. At 10 a.m. the chief came alongside with 2 others, and had in their canoe the keel of the boat which they had stolen. After he came, he called and wanted the reward which was promised. Captain Metcalf was informed of his being alongside, and of his having the boat's keel. He then came on deck and saw it, and, being then perfectly convinced of the man's being killed and the boat broken, made this expression, that "I will now give the reward they little expect." The captain was merciless. Mr. Chambers and myself endeavored to persuade the captain to entice the 3 chiefs on board, and afterward to hang them on the foreyard in view of the whole island, which might, perhaps, be sufficient warning for them in future never to attempt distressing any ships which might touch at their islands. But our permissions were of no effect. He was fully determined to take the following means of punishing them. First, to decoy those canoes which were on the larboard to come to the starboard side, then to station 1 man to each post lanyard, and others down to the guns between decks, while others on the quarter-deck were stationed at the swivels and 4 brass guns, and when everything was in readiness, to fire immediately into the canoes, all at one command. The guns that were below had on each of them 100 musket balls, and 50 langrage nails. There were 7 of the above guns, each containing the like quantity. The 4 guns on the quarter-deck had in them 50 balls each. Some of the swivels had 10 balls. Mr. Chambers and myself strongly insisted that this punishment was too severe, and only butchering a number of innocent women and children. But he replied, we were going to attempt taking the command of the ship from him, and that the orders should be obeyed, and immediately ordered every man to his station. The men wished to fire into the canoes, as the man whom they had killed was a Manila man, and the crew were all Portuguese or Manila men. After the people were all stationed, he gave orders to fire, and the whole broadside was aimed direct at the canoes. To attempt to describe the horrible scene that ensued is too much for my pen. The water alongside continued of a crimson color for at least 10 minutes. Some were sinking, others lying half out of their canoes, without arms or legs, while others lay in their canoes, weltering in their blood. Although the appearance was so horrid, our people wished to get into the boats and use boarding pikes to kill those in the water, but by severely punishing 2 or 3, they desisted from their dreadful purpose. The Harvest of Death. Some persons on board said they had counted the canoes before we fired, the number of which was 212, but I do not think they were above 170 or 80. The number killed, we then imagined, exceeded 100, and as many more wounded, but some weeks after, they told us the number missing on the island was 80 and 100, and 15 were wounded, the greater part dead and dying fast. The information they gave us at the island of Oyi, about 15 leagues to windward, and we judged it to be true, as canoes are daily passing from island to island. After our firing ceased, we weighed anchor and stood for the island of Oyi. I have sent this account, as those who are acquainted with the circumstance think Captain Metcalf much to blame, and that should any vessels go to these islands from America, they might be particularly cautious, and not pay too much attention to the friendship professed for them by these islanders. P.S. They cut off a schooner about 6 weeks after, which belonged to Captain Metcalf, and murdered all the people. End of Section 9. Section 10 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bologna Times. Feminine Rule May Doom Our Country, by Emil Reich. Section 10. American women are like the Spartans in their desire to dominate the American man. Dr. Emil Reich has been lecturing to fashionable London on such universally fascinating themes as women and love. According to the news dispatches, so great has been the popularity of his talks that there have not been seats enough to accommodate his titled hearers, and at one lecture the Duchess of Portland sat on the floor. He has said of love and personality, "Personality is always a mystery with its antithetically mingled elements in man and woman. Women have loved wrongly and known it, were perfectly aware of it. They only know also that they were helpless to avoid it. The desire of their lives has been gratified. Something has happened." What was there about George Sand, save perhaps pretty good eyes, to send such men as Alfred de Musset and Frédéric Chopin absolutely crazy? Nothing interesting about her, even her unattractiveness enhanced by her constant smoking. Yet she could inspire the prelude which Chopin composed on seeing her approach in a garden in Minorca, the greatest piece of music ever compressed into a single page. Goethe's Gretchen, the little bourgeois, without apparent attractiveness, yet inspiring his mighty genius. What is this mystery of man and woman? The beauty of nations differs very much. The Latins are less beautiful than the Anglo-Saxons. The angularity of the North German woman is notorious. An uncharming person. Why? It has nothing whatever to do with race. The growth of the Hanseatic cities brought great wealth in North Germany. Moneybags married moneybags. The result was a people of severely plain aspect. There are not many moneybags in America, although there are many moneybags in the hands of a few. American men marry for love. The American is insulted if mention of a dowry is made in his wedding arrangements. He marries because he loves the woman and she him. Hence, the American people have become exceedingly beautiful, then the facilities for divorce presented in the United States are an important factor in the beautification process. Love is really at the bottom of it all, not money bags or race, but love. The French are always talking about l'amour, l'amour, but really there is no amour there at all. People generally talk most about what they haven't got or don't know. Yes, indeed, so rare is l'amour in France that it accounts for the decline in facial beauty of the French woman, not in movement, for in movement she excels the world, but in face. Rome and Greece were ruined by treating marriage as a matter of business. Complementary to Dr. Reich's praise of the American woman's beauty is his criticism of her love of domination. In that characteristic, he reads the doom of America. We quote his reasons from the New York American. Nations differ in nothing so much as their women. The French, English, or American woman is easily distinguishable. The American woman is totally different from the English woman, so is the French woman, though the difference in this case is not so intense. So is the German woman, so is the woman of Italy. The American woman, while differing from all her European sisters of today, bears a marked resemblance to the woman of ancient Sparta. The Spartans resembled the present-day Americans. The Athenians were like the English. I do not blame, I do not praise. I only say, and I say emphatically, that the American woman is not womanly. She is not a woman. The whole of the United States is under petticoat government, and the man is practically non-existent. In America, woman commands man. Man does not count there. The last man that came to America was Christopher Columbus. Today, man has no existence. He does not talk in the drawing room, but is a dummy. The woman lives one life, the man another, and they are totally distinct from each other. The best complexion in the world. She is as new as a man born today is new. She is made up of restlessness and fidgetiness long before she is 25. But she is very beautiful. She has the best complexion in the world, better than that of any European woman. She is also well built and handsome. You see fine specimens of the American woman in Kentucky and Massachusetts. A few miles distant from the Athens of old, what would be but a short railway journey in these days, lay Sparta. The Spartans were imperialists, and they wanted to conquer the whole of Greece. The Spartan woman, as I have remarked, was like the American woman of today. She never dreamed of lovers. Her idea was nothing less than conquering man. She never thought of him as more than a fellow athlete. The Spartan woman ruined Sparta. There was no womanhood in them, no more than in so many sticks. The Athenians said that they were very fine, but there was nothing feminine about them. They were far richer, too, than the men, for the men went to the wars and died, and the women thus became rich. Aristotle said that the Spartan woman was sure to ruin Sparta very quickly. And so she did, for we find Sparta trying to rule Greece in the 4th century B.C. In the 3rd century she was sinking. In the 2nd century she had ceased to exist. Modern British men and women, what are they? That is what I want to bring out. A nation can never survive with women of the Spartan type, which, as I have told you, is the American woman of today. The Romans were the same, and they ruined their empire. They had one idea, an all-absorbing idea which killed all ideas of religion, of art, of everything, the idea of empire. They spent their entire life in that one absorbing pursuit, domination. In such a country, woman has no place. End of Section 10. Section 11 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bologna Times. When Vesuvius destroyed Pompeii, by the younger Pliny, 79 A.D. Section 11. Pliny the Younger, Caius Plinius Caelius Secundus, was perhaps the most cultivated and graceful man of letters of the first century A.D. Literally a man of letters, he left 10 books of his epistles, which he himself collected, probably even wrote with a view to publication, and their fluent charm still pleases the taste of the reader. One of his letters, written while he was governor of Bithynia, asks instructions from the Emperor Trajan as to what policy should be pursued against the sect of Christians. In other epistles he tells 2 excellent ghost stories, but the 2 letters which are most vital in their human interest and which record the most thrilling events are the 2 addressed to his friend the historian Tacitus concerning the great eruption of Vesuvius on August 24, A.D. 79. Pliny was only 17 years of age when he witnessed this eruption, which destroyed Pompeii and Herculaneum, and in which his uncle, the elder Pliny, author of the celebrated natural history, perished. Until the year 79, Vesuvius was not suspected of being a volcano. The mountain was covered with vegetation, and the ancient crater was like a circular bowl scooped from the summit. Then came the explosion which buried Pompeii and Herculaneum. Never since has the volcano long remained quiet. The most serious eruptions have been those of 203, 472, 512, 685, 983, 1066, 1631, 1779, 1794, 1822, 1855, 1865, 1872, 1878, 1880, 1895, and 1906. Pliny's descriptions of the scenes on the slopes of the vengeful volcano, the raining ashes, the fleeing, terrified crowds, are as fresh and vivid today as those Roman frescoes which it has been the good fortune of the modern archaeologist to uncover after 2,000 years of burial beneath the Vesuvian scoriae. Letter number 1. Your request that I would send you an account of my uncle's death in order to transmit a more exact relation of it to posterity deserves my acknowledgments, for if this accident shall be celebrated by your pen, the glory of it, I am well assured, will be rendered forever illustrious. And notwithstanding he perished by a misfortune which, as it involved at the same time a most beautiful country in ruins, and destroyed so many populous cities, seems to promise him an everlasting remembrance. Notwithstanding he has himself composed many and lasting works, yet I am persuaded the mentioning of him in your immortal writings will greatly contribute to render his name immortal. Happy I esteem those to be whom, by the provision of the gods, has been granted the ability either to do such actions as are worthy of being related, or to relate them in a manner worthy of being read. But peculiarly happy are they who are blessed with both these uncommon talents, in the number of which mine uncle, as his own writings and your history will evidently prove, may justly be ranked. It is with extreme willingness, therefore, that I execute your commands, and should indeed have demanded the task, if you had not enjoined it. He was at that time with the fleet under his command at Misenum. On the 24th of August, about 1 in the afternoon, my mother desired him to observe a cloud which appeared of a very unusual size and shape. He had just taken a turn in the sun, and, after bathing himself in cold water and making a light luncheon, gone back to his books. He immediately arose and went out upon a rising ground from whence he might get a better sight of this very uncommon appearance. A cloud, from which mountain was uncertain at this distance, but it was found afterward to come from Mount Vesuvius, was ascending, the appearance of which I cannot give you a more exact description of than by likening it to that of a pine tree, for it shot up to a great height in the form of a very tall trunk, which spread itself out at the top into a sort of branches, occasioned, I imagine, either by a sudden gust of air that impelled it, the force of which decreased as it advanced upward, or the cloud itself being pressed back again by its own weight, expanded in the manner I have mentioned. It appeared sometimes bright and sometimes dark and spotted, according as it was either more or less impregnated with earth and cinders. The elder Pliny's heroism. This phenomenon seemed to a man of such learning and research as my uncle extraordinary, and worth further looking into. He ordered a light vessel to be got ready, and gave me leave, if I liked, to accompany him. I said I had rather go on with my work, and it so happened he had himself given me something to write out. As he was coming out of the house he received a note from Rectina, the wife of Bassus, who was in the utmost alarm at the imminent danger which threatened her, for her villa lying at the foot of Mount Vesuvius there was no way of escape by sea. She earnestly entreated him, therefore, to come to her assistance. He accordingly changed his first intention, and what he had begun from a philosophical he now carried out in a noble and generous spirit. He ordered the galleys to put to sea, and went himself on board with an intention of assisting not only Rectina, but the several towns which lay thickly strewn along the beautiful coast. Hastening then to the place from whence others fled with the utmost terror, he steered his course direct to the point of danger, and with so much calmness and presence of mind as to be able to make and dictate his observations upon the motion and all the phenomena of that dreadful scene. He was now so close to the mountain that the cinders, which grew thicker and hotter the nearer he approached, fell into the ships, together with pumice stones and black pieces of burning rock. They were in danger, too, not only of being aground by the sudden retreat of the sea, but also from the vast fragments which rolled down from the mountain and obstructed all the shore. Here he stopped to consider whether he should turn back again, to which the pilot advising him, "Fortune," said he, "favors the brave. Steer to where Pomponianus is." Pomponianus was then at Stabi, Castellamare, separated by a bay which the sea, after several insensible windings, forms with the shore. He had already sent his baggage on board, for though he was not at that time in actual danger, yet being within sight of it, and indeed extremely near, if it should in the least increase he was determined to put to sea as soon as the wind, which was blowing dead inshore, should go down. It was favorable, however, for carrying my uncle to Pomponianus, whom he found in the greatest consternation. He embraced him tenderly, encouraging and urging him to keep up his spirits, and the more effectually to soothe his fears by seeming unconcerned himself, ordered a bath to be got ready, and then, after having bathed, sat down to supper with great cheerfulness, or at least, what is just as heroic, with every appearance of it. Meanwhile, broad flames shone out in several places from Mount Vesuvius, which the darkness of the night contributed to render still brighter and clearer. But my uncle, in order to soothe the apprehensions of his friend, assured him it was only the burning of the villages, which the country people had abandoned to the flames. After this he retired to rest, and it is most certain he was so little disquieted as to fall into a sound sleep, for his breathing, which on account of his corpulence was rather heavy and sonorous, was heard by the attendants outside. The court which led to his apartment being now almost filled with stones and ashes, if he had continued there any time longer, it would have been impossible for him to have made his way out. So he was awakened, and got up and went to Pomponianus and the rest of his company, who were feeling too anxious to think of going to bed. They consulted together whether it would be most prudent to trust to the houses, which now rocked from side to side with frequent and violent concussions, as though shaken from their very foundations, or fly to the open fields, where the calcined stones and cinders, though light indeed, yet fell in large showers and threatened destruction. Tied pillows on their heads. In this choice of dangers they resolved for the fields, a resolution which, while the rest of the company were hurried into it by their fears, my uncle embraced upon cool and deliberate consideration. They went out then, having pillows tied upon their heads with napkins, and this was their whole defense against the storm of stones that fell round them. It was now day everywhere else, but there a deeper darkness prevailed than in the thickest night, which, however, was in some degree alleviated by torches and other lights of various kinds. They thought proper to go farther down upon the shore to see if they might safely put to sea, but found the waves still running extremely high and boisterous. There my uncle, laying himself down upon a sailcloth which was spread for him, called twice for some cold water, which he drank, when immediately the flames, preceded by a stiff whiff of sulphur, dispersed the rest of the party and obliged him to rise. He raised himself up with the assistance of two of his servants, and instantly fell down dead, suffocated, as I conjecture, by some gross and noxious vapor, having always had a weak throat, which was often inflamed. As soon as it was light again, which was not till the third day after this melancholy accident, his body was found entire, and without any marks of violence upon it, in the dress in which he fell, and looking more like a man asleep than dead. During all this time my mother and I, who were at Misenum, but this has no connection with your history, and you did not desire any particulars besides those of my uncle's death, so I will end here, only adding that I have faithfully related to you what I was either a witness of myself or received the news of immediately after the accident happened, and before there was time to vary the truth. You will pick out of this narrative whatever is most important, for a letter is one thing, a history another. It is one thing writing to a friend, another writing to the public. Farewell. Letter number 2. The letter which, in compliance with your request, I wrote to you concerning the death of my uncle, has raised, it seems, your curiosity to know what terrors and dangers attended me while I continued at Misenum, for there, I think, my account broke off. Though my shocked soul recoils, my tongue shall tell. My uncle having left us, I spent such time as was left on my studies. It was on their account, indeed, that I had stopped behind, till it was time for my bath. After which I went to supper, and then fell into a short and uneasy sleep. There had been noticed for many days before a trembling of the earth, which did not alarm us much, as this is quite an ordinary occurrence in Campania; but it was so particularly violent that night that it not only shook, but overturned, as it would seem, everything about us. My mother rushed into my chamber, where she found me rising, in order to awaken her. We sat down in the open court of the house, which occupied a small space between the buildings and the sea. As I was at that time but 18 years of age, I know not whether I should call my behavior in this dangerous juncture courage or folly, but I took up Livy, and amused myself with turning over that author, and even making extracts from him, as if I had been perfectly at my leisure. Just then a friend of my uncle, who had lately come to him from Spain, joined us, and observed me sitting by my mother with a book in my hand, reproved her for her calmness, and me at the same time for my careless security. Nevertheless, I went on with my author. Though it was now morning, the light was still exceedingly faint and doubtful. The buildings all around us tottered, and though we stood upon open ground, yet as the place was narrow and confined, there was no remaining without imminent danger. We therefore resolved to quit the town. Effects of the earthquakes. A panic-stricken crowd followed us, and, as to a mind distracted with terror every suggestion seems more prudent than its own, pressed on us in dense array to drive us forward as we came out. Being at a convenient distance from the houses, we stood still in the midst of a most dangerous and dreadful scene. The chariots, which we had ordered to be drawn out, were so agitated backward and forward, though upon the most level ground, that we could not keep them steady even by supporting them with large stones. The sea seemed to roll back upon itself, and to be driven from its banks by the convulsive motion of the earth. It is certain at least the shore was considerably enlarged, and several sea animals were left upon it. On the other side a black and dreadful cloud, broken with rapid zigzag flashes, revealed behind it variously shaped masses of flame. These last were like sheet lightning, but much larger. Upon this, our Spanish friend, who I mentioned above, addressed himself to my mother and me with great energy and urgency. "If your brother," he said, "if your uncle be safe, he certainly wishes you may be so, too; but if he perished, it was his desire, no doubt, that you might both survive him. Why, therefore, do you delay your escape a moment?" We could never think of our own safety, we said, while we were uncertain of his. Upon this our friend left us, and withdrew from the danger with the utmost precipitation. Soon afterward the cloud began to descend and cover the sea. It had already surrounded and concealed the island of Capri and the promontory of Misenum. My mother now besought, urged, even commanded me to make my escape at any rate, which, as I was young, I might easily do. As for herself, she said, her age and corpulency rendered all attempts of that sort impossible. However, she would willingly meet death if she could have the satisfaction of seeing that she was not the occasion of mine. But I absolutely refused to leave her, and, taking her by the hand, compelled her to go with me. She complied with great reluctance, and not without many reproaches to herself for retarding my flight. The ashes now began to fall upon us, though in no great quantity. I looked back. A dense, dark mist seemed to be following us, spreading itself over the country like a cloud. "Let us turn out of the highroad," I said, "while we can still see, for fear that, should we fall in the road, we should be pressed to death in the dark by the crowds that are following us." We had scarcely sat down when night came upon us, not such as we have when the sky is cloudy, or when there is no moon, but that of a room when it is shut up and all the lights put out. The terror of the people. You might hear the shrieks of women, the screams of children, and the shouts of men, some calling for their children, others for their parents, others for their husbands, and seeking to recognize each other by the voices that replied, one lamenting his own fate, another that of his family, some wishing to die, from the very fear of dying, some lifting their hands to the gods, but the greater part convinced that there were now no gods at all, and that the final endless night of which we have heard had come upon the world. Among these there were some who augmented the real terrors by others imaginary or wilfully invented. I remember some who declared that one part of Misenum had fallen, that another was on fire. It was false, but they found people to believe them. It now grew rather lighter, which we imagined to be rather the forerunner of an approaching burst of flames, as in truth it was, than the return of day. However, the fire fell at a distance from us. Then again we were immersed in thick darkness, and a heavy shower of ashes rained upon us, which we were obliged every now and then to stand up to shake off, otherwise we should have been crushed and buried in the heap. I might boast that during all this scene of horror not a sigh or expression of fear escaped me, had not my support been grounded in that miserable though mighty consolation that all mankind were involved in the same calamity, and that I was perishing with the world itself. At last this dreadful darkness was dissipated by degrees, like a cloud or smoke. The real day returned, and even the sun shone out, though with a lurid light, as when an eclipse is coming on. Every object that presented itself to our eyes, which were extremely weakened, seemed changed, being covered deep with ashes as if with snow. We returned to Misenum, where we refreshed ourselves as well as we could, and passed an anxious night between hope and fear, though indeed with a much larger share of the latter, for the earthquake still continued, while many frenzied persons ran up and down, heightening their own and their friends' calamities by terrible predictions. However, my mother and I, notwithstanding the danger we had passed, and that which still threatened us, had no thoughts of leaving the place till we could receive some news of my uncle. You will read this narrative without any view of inserting it in your history, of which it is not in the least worthy, and indeed you must put it down to your own request if it should appear not worth even the trouble of a letter. Farewell. End of Section 11. Section 12 of the Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Niagara, the June Bride's Paradise. Section 12. The eloquent language in which the Great Cataract was described by Sir Edwin Arnold and John Galt's romantic account of its discovery. The compass of the honeymooner, like the compass of the mariner, has 4 points, but on that of the honeymooner the points are rather differently indicated. The east is represented by the term abroad, the south by Washington, the west by almost anything lying between Pittsburgh and the Pacific, and the north by Niagara. The honeymooner, who finds it less difficult to make money than to kill time, shapes his matrimonial course via Pittsburgh or Paris. The good patriotic, homespun sort of chap who finds it more easy to kill time than to make money, and who may one day be the father of a president of the United States, whirls his bride off to Washington or Niagara. Washington is a little dull, and rather warm after Congress adjourns, so the June bride is most likely to pick the last of the rice grains out of her hair within earshot of the great northern cataract. 2 selections that have to do with the big waterfall are given herewith. Of these, one has been called the finest description of Niagara ever written. It is from the pen of the late Sir Edwin Arnold, the author of The Light of Asia, and appeared originally in the London Daily Telegraph. The second selection is John Galt's account, partly historical and partly imaginative, of the discovery of the cataract. John Galt, 1779 to 1839, was a native of Scotland. He was the author of several novels that were popular in their day. He traveled extensively and wrote many articles on historical and geographical subjects. The Splendor of Niagara, by Sir Edwin Arnold. Before my balcony the great cataract is thundering, smoking, glittering with green and white rollers and rapids, hurling the waters of a whole continent in splendor and speed over the sharp ledges of the long brown rock by which Erie, the Broad, steps proudly down to Ontario, the Beautiful. The smaller but very imposing American Falls speaks with the louder voice of the two, because its coiling spirals of twisted and furious flood crash in full impulse of descent upon the talus of massive boulders heaped up at its foot. The resounding impact of water on rocks, the clouds of water smoke which rise high in the air, and the river below churned into a whirling cream of eddy and surge and backwater, unite in a composite effect at once magnificent and bewildering. Far away, Niagara River is seen winding eagerly to its prodigious leap. You can discern the line of the first breakers, where the river feels the fatal draw of the cataracts, its current seeming suddenly to leap forward, stimulated by mad desire, a hidden spell, a dreadful and irresistible doom. Far back along the gilded surface of the upper stream, these lines of dancing, tossing, eager, anxious, and fate-impelled breakers and billows multiply their white ranks, and spread and close together their leaping ridges into a wild chaos of racing waves as the brink is approached. And then at the brink there is a curious pause, the momentary peace of the irrevocable. Those mad upper waters, reaching the great leap, are suddenly all quiet and glassy, and appear rounded and green as the border of a field of young rye, at the moment when they turn the angle of the dreadful ledge and hurl themselves into the snow-white gulf of noise and mist and mystery underneath. There is nothing more translucently green, nor more perennially still and lovely, than Niagara the Greater. At this, her awful brink, The whole architrave of the main abyss gleams like a fixed and glorious work wrought in polished aquamarine or emerald. This exquisitely covered cornice of the enormous waterfall, this brim of bright tranquillity between fervor of rush and fury of plunge, is its principal feature, and stamps it as far more beautiful than terrible. Even the central solemnity and shudder fraught miracle of the monstrous uproar and glory is rendered exquisite, reposeful, and soothing by the lovely rainbows hanging over the turmoil and clamor. From its crest of chrysoprase and silver, indeed, to its broad foot of milky foam and of its white stunned waves, too broken and too dazed to begin at first to float away, Niagara appears not terrible, but divinely and deliciously graceful, glad and lovely, a specimen of the splendor of water at its finest, a sight to dwell and linger in the mind with ineffaceable images of happy and grateful thought, by no means to affect it in seeing or to haunt it in future days of memory with any wild reminiscences of terror or of gloom. The Discovery of Niagara by John Galt. Among the earliest missionaries sent to convert the Indians to the Christian belief was Joseph Price, a young man who had received directions to penetrate farther into the vast forests which clothed the continent of America toward the north than had been at the time accomplished. In this hazardous undertaking he was accompanied by Henry Wilmington, who, actuated by the same religious motives, had volunteered to attend him. They had been landed at Boston, then a very small but thriving village, about a month previous, where they made the necessary preparations for their expedition, and recruited themselves after a passage of 13 weeks from Plymouth, for so long a passage was not uncommon in those times in traversing the Atlantic. It was a fine morning in the latter end of May when they bade adieu to the inhabitants, by whom they had been hospitably entertained, and, accompanied by the good wishes of all, proceeded toward the hitherto unexplored forest. The buds were now beginning to expand into leaves, and the sun was often darkened by the vast flocks of migratory pigeons, which, when the woods allowed, sometimes flew so close to the ground that the travelers could beat them down with their sticks. Before sailing from England they had often heard persons who had crossed the Atlantic mention this circumstance, but they suspected them of exaggeration until they witnessed it themselves. It was their intention to visit a distant tract of country, of which nothing was known except vague reports of sheets of water so immense that, but for the circumstance of their being fresh, might have led them to suppose they were on an island. These reports were, for the most part, gathered from the Indians, on whose testimony little reliance could be placed, as none of their informers could speak from their own knowledge. Into the wilderness. To aid them in their pursuit, they were provided with compasses and armed with fowling pieces. They, directing their course toward the place to which most of the Indians alluded, had, it is true, but slight grounds on which to rest their hopes of success. Animated, however, with the desire of fulfilling what they had undertaken, they thought little of the difficulties which might attend it. Accordingly, it was without regret that they were now leaving the settled part of the country. Having traveled several days without seeing anything worthy of notice, they arrived at the ultimate farm they could expect to meet with before their return. After remaining there for the night, they continued their journey through the forest, which had most likely never been previously trodden by the feet of civilized man. These startled deer frequently crossed their path, and a few birds were the only objects that varied the silent solitude around. Guided by their compasses, they continued their progress many days until they arrived at the banks of a large and rapid river, which they in vain attempted to pass, as its breadth and swiftness precluded the hope of their being able to swim across it. After proposing many expedients, all of which they soon found to be impracticable, they determined on trusting themselves to some one of the many fallen trees which lay in every eddy along its banks, and having selected one whose branches lay in such a manner as would prevent it from turning over, they entwined boughs to form a small kind of basket, into which, having provided themselves with stout poles, they entered, taking care that neither their guns nor ammunition suffered from the water. They then suddenly pushed it from the shore into the stream, and continued doing so until the water grew so deep that the poles were of no avail, and they were obliged to trust in Providence to carry them to the other side. For some time they continued in the middle of the river, without inclining toward either bank, when they perceived that, by the help of the wind, they were quickly gaining on a large pine, which was slowly floating downward. On reaching it, they stretched out their poles with a great effort, and succeeded in pushing themselves into water, where they could again find bottom. After much labor, our travelers touched the bank, on which they quickly leapt, and having taken out their arms, they continued their journey rejoicing. A battle of stags. They soon after arrived at a spot where they deemed it fit to wait till the following morning, and it being their custom, they went out hunting in order to provide provision for the next day's wants, at that time easily accomplished, as the forest abounded with herds of deer, which, having been seldom disturbed, were exceedingly tame. On this occasion they soon beheld a great number watching a furious encounter between two large bucks, which, with the utmost animosity, were endeavoring to gore each other. Surprised at a sight they had never before seen, they determined to await the result, and after some time one of the combatants, by an amazing leap, sprang past the other, and, swiftly turning round, drove his horns into the side of his adversary, and instantly killed him. The missionaries, running to the spot, frightened away the remainder of the herd, while they took possession of the fallen one, and, having taken what would serve them for several days, left the carcass to the wolves. In about a week after, they reached a chain of mountains, where they rested for the night, and next morning proceeded to ascend their steep and sandy sides, up which they were enabled to drag themselves by grasping the trees. Nevertheless, they were several times nearly precipitated into the gulf below. Wilmington, on one occasion in particular, when they were ascending a very dangerous part of the mountain, inadvertently seized a rotten branch, which, giving way, caused him to be hurried downward to the very brink of a precipice, where he saved himself by catching hold of a projecting bough. Thus they advanced for the remainder of that day, in the evening of which they took advantage of a small space of level ground to remain until the morning. About noon they succeeded in gaining the summit of the ridge, and, in order that they might view the surrounding country, they ascended a barren crag that reared itself high above the others, for, without having met with this, the trees would have excluded every prospect. Climb tree to see lakes. Having reached its loftiest pinnacle, they turned their eager eyes to see if they could behold any traces of the mighty seas of fresh water which had been described to them by the Indians, but to their sorrow, as far as their sight could stretch, only vast woods met their anxious gaze. While thus engaged, they sometimes heard the piercing cries of the hawk in pursuit of his prey, far under them, and among the trees the drumming of the partridge and the tapping of the woodpecker could be clearly distinguished. Being somewhat disappointed, they silently commenced wending their lonely way down the side of the mountain, but notwithstanding their utmost exertions, they could not succeed in descending the range that evening, and were compelled by the approaching darkness to seek a spot where they might safely rest. Early in the morning they awoke, and, continuing their descent with renewed energy, soon surpassed the formidable obstacle which the hills had opposed. Having rested for the remainder of that day, they again began to cross the level country, and continued doing so for many days, without having seen a single human being since their departure from the farm, when, one day, in a glade of the woods, they saw a band of Indians among the trees, who, having approached, spoke in a pleasant but to them unknown language. Their gestures betokened their surprise at beholding people so different in color to themselves, and armed with what appeared to them only polished sticks. While thus employed, a flock of wild geese flew high above their heads, at which the Indians discharged their arrows, but they fell short of their intended mark, when Price and Wilmington, raising their guns, fired, and to the astonishment of the natives, two of the flock came fluttering to their feet. The spectators crowded around the Europeans, and with much curiosity began to admire the weapons which they had formerly despised. Their wonder was not diminished when they saw what they imagined pounded cinders put into the muzzles of the guns, and then, on pulling a small piece of iron, a flash of fire, accompanied with smoke and a loud report, immediately followed. The chief, by signs, appeared to ask them to accompany him, that the rest of his tribe might see what seemed to them exceedingly wonderful, and having followed him they soon arrived at a place where several Indians were engaged in erecting small wigwams of bark. The chief, however, made them understand that this was only their hunting ground, and told them that their village lay far off, in the direction of the sun, which was then sinking behind the trees, and to which they should soon return. From this time the missionaries commenced learning the language of their entertainers, in which they were able to converse with some facility by the time that the Indians returned to their village, which was situated on the Oneida. Having arrived there, Price began to teach them, but they, having patiently listened to his first sermon, to his great sorrow, never assembled to hear him again, and in consequence he told Wilmington that he would try to discover whether there was any truth in the reports they had heard at Boston concerning the inland waters, and asked him if he was willing to be his companion. Had heard great roaring. Wilmington assented, and, having endeavored to inform the Indians of their intention, the chief, who had conducted them to the village, made them understand that the river which flowed past led to an immense basin, which they supposed was formed by the continual running of several large rivers, but that few of his tribe had ever paddled far round its borders. There was, however, an old man who, in his youth, had ventured to proceed in his canoe for many suns along it, and returned with the report that he had arrived at an immense river which ran into the fresh sea, where, having landed for the purpose of hunting, he had heard a terrific roaring, as he thought, of waters, and advancing through the woods toward the sound, for some miles the stream became so rapid that no canoe could go up against it. Being very much alarmed, he had hurried back to his bark, and instantly commenced his return. But he was the only one of the tribe who had ever dared to sail so far, and from his account they supposed it the source of the lake. Having learned this, they asked the chief, whose name was Mayuk, whether he would allow any of his Indians to accompany them down the river to the lake, and ascertain from whence the sound that had alarmed the aged Indian arose. He at first tried to dissuade them by every argument in his power, but, finding his endeavors of no avail, he said that he would himself join them in their expedition. It was, therefore, agreed that they should sail down the river the week following, but, before the time determined on, an event occurred that considerably delayed their departure. On rising one morning they remarked that large clouds of smoke were drifting over their heads, accompanied by an overpowering pressure of heat, which the Indians said was occasioned by the woods being on fire, and as the wind was high, showers of ashes frequently fell around them. To avoid these, they took shelter in their wigwams, but the hotness of the air, together with the smoke, increased so much that, being in danger of suffocation, the chief proposed that they should cast themselves into the Oneida, and as no better proposition could be made, they hurried into it, and remained with only their heads above water, being often obliged to immerse them likewise. They were thus situated many hours, while the water was black with the ashes that fell around them. First view of Lake Ontario. The wind at last, to their great joy, changed, and relieved them from their perilous position by driving the flames in the contrary direction. They did not, however, quit the water, as the ground was still covered with burning embers. On leaving the river they saw, to their mortification, that the village was on fire in several places, and it was some time before they succeeded in stopping the progress of the burning. The canoes which they had drawn up on the shore were also consumed. After repairing the damage and making other canoes, they began their expedition, and, having paddled for several days, one calm and beautiful evening they were astonished at the sight of Lake Ontario. As far as the eye could reach, they could only see what appeared to them boundless water, which lay without the slightest ripple on its glassy surface, undisturbed by the softest breath of wind. They then continued paddling round the shore, looking out for a place where they might safely moor their canoes during the night, and, among the many small inlets, they soon discovered one fitted for their purpose, which they immediately entered. At sunrise they again advanced on their adventurous expedition. As they coasted along, the deer would sometimes look at them from among the thickets which fringed the borders of the lake, and at other times they saw them swimming across the mouths of the various creeks or rivers which they passed in their progress. They were, however, too much engaged in admiring the lonely magnificence of the surrounding scenery to interrupt the playful gambols of the deer by endeavoring to wound them, which they did only when their necessities compelled. Thus they paddled onward for several days without perceiving anything that might lead them to suppose they were approaching the spot to which the old Indian had alluded, when one hazy morning, having proceeded many miles before the sun had power to dispel the thick mists, they were delighted of seeing themselves, as the air at noon cleared, about to enter a large river which flowed rapidly into the lake. As this in some measure coincided with the first part of what had been related to them, they determined on entering it, but after paddling up it for some time the current grew so strong that they were compelled to disembark and continue their journey by land on the edge of the high precipitous bank. The wind, softly blowing, rustled among the trees, but sometimes they fancied that a distant rumbling could be distinguished. Having followed the course of the stream along the edge of the cliff for some distance, Price proposed that one of them should ascend a tree and follow the course of the river upward with his eye, and try if he could discover whence the sound that reached them arose. Maiook, therefore, told one of his Indians to climb up a lofty pine which grew apart from the rest, and he had hardly ascended half-way when, uttering a cry of astonishment, he hastened to the ground and told his comrades that he had seen immense clouds of spray rising far above the trees, but he could not perceive from what cause they arose. The cataract at last. Encouraged by this report, after refreshing themselves, being much wearied by their toilsome march, they hastened along the edge of the cliffs, while the rushing sound that had been gradually increasing was every instant becoming more and more tremendous, and the velocity of the stream made them imagine that they were in the vicinity of a furious rapid, when, on advancing from the thick bushes, they suddenly found themselves on a bare ledge of rock which overhung an immense chasm, into which two streams and a mighty river were tumbling with a noise that drowned all their exclamations of surprise, and which was louder than the voice of the ocean in a storm. Springing back with terror from the edge of the precipice over which they had so nearly plunged, they eyed the thundering and foaming torrent with amazement, not noticing that part of the rock on which they had just been standing was tottering and slowly separating itself from the adjoining mass, till they were roused by the crash with which it was precipitated into the gulf below, shaking the living rock from whence it had been detached, and resounding throughout the woods, far above the roaring of the stupendous cataract. The missionaries involuntarily leapt back among the trees, not daring to return to the place where they had been, and viewed with more composure the awful prospect before them. The river above the falls was for some distance a furious rapid, rushing with incredible force toward the precipice, but when on its very brink, it in some parts of the great stream became calm, other parts were white with foam. While thus engaged, Maiook with a loud cry directed their attention to a large deer, which, in vain struggling against the overpowering suction of the falls, was rapidly coming to destruction. They watched its fruitless endeavors to reach the shore, but on arriving at the deceitful calm it looked wildly, with distended nostrils and outstretched neck, and seemed to be crying, but the roar of the cataracts drowned its voice, and it was soon precipitated into the boiling abyss. The French, from the province of Quebec, may have reached as far before, but Price and his companion believed they were the first who had penetrated to that spot, and when they returned back to the settlements their description of the unparalleled magnificence of the cataracts, to which Maiook gave the name Niagara, or the Thundering Waters, was deemed incredible. But the wilderness has now been banished, and festivity and commerce have there established themselves amidst the simple sublimity that distinguishes this, the most impressive spectacle of the kind to be seen on the whole earth. End of Section 12.
Section 13 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bologna Times. Patrick Henry's Call to Arms, Section 13. The famous speech which, delivered by the American Hampden in the Virginia Convention, kindled the fire of revolution in the 13 colonies of 1775. In the thick of national crises, the ability to persuade others is the strongest power an individual can wield. Such a power was Patrick Henry's. From the earlier disagreements with the mother country, his influence was all for the assertion of colonial liberties. He was born May 9, 1736. In 1765, a young man not yet 30, he became a member of the Virginia House of Burgesses. The Stamp Act had excited the people. Young Henry, with a presumption which angered many of his maturer colleagues, offered resolutions setting forth the rights of the colony. In the debate he suddenly uttered the words, "Caesar had his Brutus, Charles I his Cromwell, and George III." A clamor arose, and cries of "Treason! Treason!" With perfect coolness the orator continued, "May profit by their example." Then, firmly, "If this be treason, make the most of it." Thus began the public life of a man whose youth had been most unpromising in its slovenliness and laziness, who had failed at farming and at business, and who had succeeded at law only after a dubious beginning which was turned into triumph by a quite unlooked-for burst of eloquence. His services to his country continued until his voluntary retirement from public life in 1791, at the age of 55. Subsequently, Washington and Adams offered him high offices, but Henry declined successively to be United States Senator, Secretary of State, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, or Minister to France. In 1799, urged by Washington, he consented to be elected to the Virginia legislature, but died June 6, before taking his seat. We here print his great speech in the Virginia Convention, 1775, as recorded by his first biographer. Mr. President, it is natural for men to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth, and listen to the song of that siren till she transforms us into beasts. Is this the part of wise men, engaged in a great and arduous struggle for liberty? Are we disposed to be of the number of those who, having eyes, see not, and having ears, hear not, the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation? For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the worst, and to provide for it. I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past, and judging by the past, I wish to know what there has been in the conduct of the British ministry for the last 10 years to justify those hopes with which gentlemen have been pleased to solace themselves and the House? Is it that insidious smile with which our petition has been lately received? Trust it not, sir. It will prove a snare to your feet. Suffer not yourselves to be betrayed with a kiss. Ask yourselves how this gracious reception of our petition comports with those warlike preparations which cover our waters and darken our land. Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation? Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Let us not deceive ourselves, sir. These are the implements of war and subjugation, the last arguments to which kings resort. I ask, gentlemen, sir, what means this martial array, if its purpose be not to force us to submission? Can gentlemen assign any other possible motive for it? Has Great Britain any enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other. They are sent over to bind and rivet upon us those chains which the British ministry have been so long forging. And what have we to oppose to them? Shall we try argument? Sir, we have been trying that for the last 10 years. Have we anything new to offer upon the subject? Nothing. We have held the subject up in every light of which it is capable, but it has been all in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find, which have not been already exhausted? Let us not, I beseech you, sir, deceive ourselves longer. Sir, we have done everything that could be done to avert the storm which is now coming on. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the throne, and have implored its interposition to arrest the tyrannical hands of the ministry and parliament. Our petitions have been slighted, our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult. Our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. In vain, after these things, may we indulge the fond hope of peace and reconciliation. There is no longer any room for hope. If we wish to be free, if we mean to preserve inviolate those inestimable privileges for which we have been so long contending, if we mean not basely to abandon the noble struggle in which we have been so long engaged, and which we have pledged ourselves never to abandon until the glorious object of our contest shall be obtained, we must fight. I repeat it, sir, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts is all that is left us. They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed, and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effectual resistance by lying supinely on our backs and hugging the delusive phantom of hope until our enemies shall have bound us hand and foot? Sir, we are not weak, if we make a proper use of those means which the God of nature hath placed in our power. 3 millions of people, armed in the holy cause of liberty, and in such a country as that which we possess, are invincible by any force which our enemy can send against us. Besides, sir, we shall not fight our battles alone. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations, and who will raise up friends to fight our battles for us. The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, the brave. Besides, sir, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat, sir, let it come. It is vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war has actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that the gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God! I know not what course others may take, but, as for me, give me liberty, or give me death. End of Section 13. Section 14 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Our National Anthem, Section 14. The story of how its author received his inspiration, where he wrote the famous poem, and how various editors have altered its phraseology. Francis Scott Key wrote only one poem that entitled him to a lasting reputation, but so firmly has that one poem gripped the patriotic consciousness of the American people that its fame is assured as long as the nation continues. Key was born in Maryland, August 9, 1780. He practiced law at Frederick, Maryland, in 1801, but he subsequently removed to Washington, where he became district attorney for the District of Columbia. When the British ascended Chesapeake Bay in 1814 and captured Washington, General Ross and Admiral Cockburn set up headquarters in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, at the home of Dr. William Beans, one of Key's friends. Later, Dr. Beans was made prisoner by the British. Interesting himself in securing the release of his friend, Key planned to exchange for him a British prisoner in the hands of the Americans. President Madison approved the exchange, and directed John S. Skinner, agent for the exchange of prisoners, to accompany Key to the British commander. General Ross consented to the exchange. He ordered, however, that Key and Skinner be detained until after the approaching attack on Baltimore. They had gone from Baltimore out to the British fleet, in a vessel provided for them by order of President Madison. Now they were transferred to the British frigate Surprise, commanded by Admiral Cockburn's son, but soon afterward they were permitted to return, under guard, to their own vessel, whence they witnessed the bombardment of Fort McHenry. By the glare of guns they could see the flag flying over the fort during the night, but before morning the firing ceased, and the two men passed a period of suspense, waiting for dawn, to see whether or not the attack had failed. When Key discovered that the flag was still there, his feelings found vent in verse. On the back of a letter he jotted down in the rough the Star-Spangled Banner. On his return to Baltimore, Key revised the poem and gave it to Captain Benjamin Eads of the 27th Baltimore Regiment, who had it printed. Taking a copy from the press, Eads went to the tavern next to the Holiday Street Theater, a gathering place for actors and their congenial acquaintances. Mr. Key had directed that the words be sung to the air, Anacreon in Heaven, composed in England by John Stafford Smith between 1770 and 1775. The verses were first read aloud to the assembled crowd, and then Ferdinand Durang stepped upon a chair and sang them. Key died in Baltimore, January 11, 1843. James Lick bequeathed $60,000 for a monument to his memory. This noble memorial, the work of W. W. Story, stands in Golden Gate Park, San Francisco. It is 51 feet high. Under a double arch is a seated figure of Key in bronze, while above all is a bronze figure of America with an unfolded flag. As Key wrote it, the poem varies in several lines from the versions that are sung today. We reprint verbatim a copy written out by Key himself for James Marr, gardener of the White House. It may be worthwhile to preface it with certain explanations of his phraseology. He was describing an actual situation, and he appears to have addressed the lines directly to his companion, Mr. Skinner. The smoke of battle explains the clouds of the fight. The line, "The blood has washed out his foul footsteps pollution," modified by later editors, was his answer to the boasts of a British officer, who declared before the bombardment that the fort would quickly be reduced. The change of "on" to "o'er" in the common versions of the phrase, "now shines on the stream," is the result of bungling editing. Key was picturing the reflection of the flag on the water. In the author's version, here given, the words that have been changed by compilers are italicized. The references by numerals indicate the variations of other editions. The Star-Spangled Banner by Francis Scott Key. Oh, say, can you see, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the clouds of the fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? On that shore dimly seen through the mists of the deep, where the foe's haughty host in dread silence reposes, what is that which the breeze o'er the towering steep, as it fitfully blows, half conceals, half discloses? Now it catches the gleam of the morning's first beam, in full glory reflected, now shines on the stream. 'Tis the star-spangled banner, oh, long may it wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. And where is the foe that so vauntingly swore that the havoc of war and the battle's confusion at home and a country should leave us no more? This blood has washed out his foul footsteps pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave, and the star-spangled banner in triumph doth wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, thus be it ever, when freemen shall stand between their loved homes and the war's desolation. Blessed with victory and peace, may the heaven-rescued land praise the power that hath made and preserved us a nation. Then conquer we must, when our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust, and the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. For Mr. Jas. Marr of Washington City, from F. S. Key, Washington, June 7, 1842. End of Section 14.
Section 15 of the Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. From The Country Press, by Various. Section 15. Samples of the journalistic fodder which is handed out for daily consumption among the children of nature who inhabit some of the quiet places in the tall timbers. Lash Gowdy's Corn. Lash Gowdy, a well-known and popular passenger engineer who lives at Seymour, is raising some corn this year. A few days ago a gentleman called at Mr. Gowdy's house to see him and was informed that he had gone out to look at his corn. The gentleman went down to the field, which he found grown over with weeds of a gigantic growth, with a sickly-looking stalk of corn peeping forth here and there. The gentleman looked across the field, but could not see the proprietor thereof. Finally, the man climbed upon the fence and shouted, "Old Lige!" To his surprise, A reply came from among the weeds near by, in the familiar voice of Mr. Gowdy. The gentleman took a second look, but could not quite locate Lige, and after a moment's hesitation said, "Shake a weed, so I can tell where you are." Exchange. With compliments to Fay. The Bulletin is in receipt of a copy of the Fay Observer. Notwithstanding the fact that it has the appearance of being printed on a cider mill with 3-penny nails for type, it is a credit to the town. Geary, Oklahoma Bulletin. Habits of the Codfish. A correspondent of the Evening Post says that the codfish frequents the tablelands of the sea. The codfish, no doubt, does this to secure as nearly as possible a dry, bracing atmosphere. This pure air of the submarine tablelands gives to the codfish that breadth of chest and depth of lungs which we have always noticed. The glad, free smile so characteristic of the codfish is largely attributed to the exhilaration of this ocean altitudinalium. The correspondent further says that the cod subsists largely on the sea cherry. Those who have not had the pleasure of seeing the codfish climb the sea cherry tree in search of food or clubbing the fruit from the heavy laden branches with chunks of coral have missed a very fine sight. The codfish, when at home, rambling through the submarine forests, does not wear his vest unbuttoned, as he does while loafing around the grocery stores of the United States. Laramie, Wyoming Boomerang. The Placidity of Boswell. G.B. Boswell, while trying to ride his young mule after plowing him all day, was thrown to the ground. In the accident, Mr. Boswell caught his leg over the hamstick and tore his new overalls, which he paid 42 cents for. We are glad to know that Mr. Boswell was not hurt, except that he struck the funny bone of his elbow and his mule got away, which worried him, and had it not been for his Christian disposition, he would probably have been a sinner in the sight of God. Wilson, North Carolina Times. Ibsen in Nevada. Ibsen's Norwegian play of Ghosts, with one setting of scenery, no music, and 3 knocks with a club on the floor to raise the curtain, was presented last evening. The play is certainly a moral hair-raiser, and the stuffing is knocked out of the Decalogue at every turn. Mrs. Alving, the leading lady, who keeps her chin high in the air, has married a moral monstrosity in the shape of a spavined rake, and hides it from the world. She wears a pleasant smile and gives society the glad hand, and finally lets go all holds when her husband gets gay with a hired girl, and gives an old tar 300 plunks to marry her, and stand the responsibility for the expected population. Oswald, the mother's only boy, is sent to Paris to paint views for marines, and takes kindly to the gay life of the capital, where the joy of living is the rage, and families are reared in a section where a printer running a job office solely on marriage certificates would hit the poorhouse with a dull thud. Regina, the result of Mr. Alving's attentions to the hired girl, also works in the family, and falls in love with the painter boy on his return from Paris. They vote country life too slow, and plan to go to Paris and start a family. The doting mother gives her consent, and Pastor Menders, who is throwing fits all through the play, has a spasm. The boy, on being informed that the girl of his choice is his half-sister, throws another, his mamma having also thrown a few in the other act. Engstrand, who runs a sort of sailors' and soldiers' canteen, sets fire to an orphanage, and the boy, who has inherited a sort of mayonnaise dressing brain from his awful dad, tears about the stage a spell, breaks some furniture, and upsets the wine. He finally takes Rough on Rats, and dies a gibbering idiot with his mother slobbering over him and trying to figure out in her own mind that he was merely drunk and disorderly. As a sermon on the law of heredity, the play is great, but after seeing it we are glad to announce that Haverly's Minstrels will relieve the Ibsen gloom on November 6, next Monday night. Carson, Nevada Appeal. Professional Obituary. When an editor dies in Kansas, this is the way they write the obituary. The pen is silent, the scissors have been laid away to rust. The stillness of death pervades the very atmosphere. Where once the hoarse voice of the devil yelling "Copy!" or "What the hell's this word?" was wont to resound. The paste pot has soured on the whatnot. The cockroach is eating the composition off the roller, and the bluebottle fly is dying in the rich folds of the printer's towel. Exchange. The Widow's Gratitude. A newly made widow of Geary County sent this card of thanks to the Republic for publication. I desire to thank my friends and neighbors most heartily in this manner for the united aid and cooperation during the illness and death of my late husband, who escaped from me by the hand of death on Friday last while eating breakfast. To the friends and all who contributed so willingly toward making the last moments and funeral of my husband a success, I desire to remember most kindly, hoping these few lines will find them enjoying the same blessing. I have a good milch cow and roan gelding horse 5 years old, which I will sell cheap. God moves in a mysterious way, his wonders to perform. He plants his footsteps on the sea and rides upon the storm. Also a black and white shote, very low. Junction City, Kansas, Republic. All off. A card from Miss Sally McCants. To whom it may concern, the engagement which existed between Miss Sally McCants and R.N. Jordan of Cottageville has been mutually dissolved, it being their aim to disappoint those who reported the news of their marriage. This will allow anxious mothers with marriageable daughters the chance of opening their doors again to this esteemed young man. Respectfully, S. McCants. Walterboro, South Carolina, Press and Standard. An aggrieved subscriber. The following letter was received recently. Dear Sir, I hereby offer my resignation as a subscriber to your papier, it being a pamphlet of such small consequence as not to benefit my family by taking it. What you need in your sheet is brains and someone to rustle up news and write editorials on live topics. No mention has been made in your sheet of me butchering a Poland China pig weighing 369 pounds, or the gapes in the chickens out this way. You ignored the fact that I bought a brand new bobsled and that I traded my blind mule, and say nothing about Hy Simpkins' Jersey calf breaking his 2 front legs falling in a well. 2 important chivalries have been utterly ignored by your sheet, and a 3-column obituary notice writ by me on the death of Grandpa Henry was left out of your sheet, to say nothing of the alphabetical poem beginning A is for and also for ark, writ by me darter. This is the reason why your paper is so unpopular here. If you don't want editorials from this place and ain't going to put up no news in your sheet, we don't want said sheet. P.S. If you print obituary in your next, I may sign again for your sheet. Holdenville, Indian Territory, Tribune. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler by Various. Edited by Frank A. Muncy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bologna Times. Liquor Dealers Come Out for Temperance by Anonymous. Section 16. Rumsellers in convention at Louisville praise the work of the societies that fight king alcohol. The National Liquor Dealers Association, in annual convention at Louisville, Kentucky, early in June, issued a startling address to the public. These men, who are frequently thought to have no stronger desire than that every person drink more than is good for him, actually commend the work of the various temperance societies and urge that intoxication should be considered a crime. They say, from time to time, during the past 75 or 100 years, waves of public sentiment antagonistic to the manufacture and sale of wine and spirits and other alcoholic beverages have passed over this country, leaving in their train state, county, and municipal legislation of a more or less drastic character, legislation entirely out of sympathy with the spirit of American institutions, legislation that was bound to fail in its purpose in practically every instance, and this because the sentiment that compelled it was a sentiment engendered by agitation and totally unripe for its enforcement. Prohibitory laws evaded. That prohibitory laws are all evaded is clearly shown by the fact that, notwithstanding the adoption of prohibition by a number of states and by innumerable counties, until at the present time it is unlawful to sell wines or spirits in more than one half of the geographical limits of the United States, the demand for such beverages has increased in almost the same proportion as our population from the legitimate trade, and in an enormously greater proportion from illicit distillers and retailers. We shall not be so uncharitable as to contend that the agitation from which this public sentiment originates owes its persistent recurrence to mercenary motives on the part of men who make merchandise of aroused emotions, because it gives a pleasurable excitement to the women who tire of the monotony of home. But, on the contrary, we shall be candid in the admission that there is good and sufficient reason for an arousing of public sentiment in this country, and we confess a feeling of sympathy with the movements for the uplifting of mankind and for the purification of society. Favor White Ribbon Movement. The White Ribbon Movement, the Blue Ribbon Movement, the Prohibition Movement, and the Anti-Saloon League Movement were or are protests upon the part of good men and women against two of the greatest evils connected with our civilization, and, unfortunately for us, connected with our trade. We refer to drunkenness and to those saloons which are conducted in a disreputable manner, or in such a way as to demoralize rather than to elevate those who patronize them. And we, the delegates to this convention of the wine and spirit trade, desire to express in no uncertain tones our entire sympathy with the efforts that have been or may be put forth to exterminate the evils, and our willingness to lend cooperation and assistance by every means in our power. We do not desire to deceive or to mislead, not to be misunderstood, and in all candor we declare our views to be as follows. We believe that wines and spirits are blessings, per se, intended by an all-wise providence to bring health and happiness to mankind. We believe that the legitimate manufacture and sale of wines and spirits is an honorable trade, and one that should be respected by society and by laws. We believe that the saloon and cafe can and should be so conducted that men would not hesitate to visit them accompanied by their wives and children, and that the atmosphere of such places should be beneficial to both mind and body. Intoxication should be crime. We believe that it should be made a crime for a man to become intoxicated. We hold that no man has a right to deliberately overthrow his reason and render himself a dangerous factor in society, and therefore we would gladly welcome the passage of laws providing severe penalties for such offenses, and a firm, rigid enforcement without regard to wealth or influence of the offender. For the evils to which we have referred, prohibitory laws have proved no remedy, and if they should be enforced, we believe they are dangerous to liberty. But the suggestions that we have offered are practicable, and have proven to be remedies in most of the countries of continental Europe, where drunkenness is seldom in evidence. And furthermore, we can apply such laws without giving offense save to those who by common consent are deserving of condemnation as having done that which mankind recognizes to be wrong, and having thereby placed themselves without the pale. That the liquor dealers should take this position is not so surprising as at first thought it seems. Economically, the best condition for the liquor business is temperance. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler, by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bologna Times. Good Manners 50 Years Ago, by Eliza Leslie. Section 17. Easier for a camel to pass through a needle's eye than for the modern aspirant to butt into society through the rules of deportment prevalent in the middle of the last century. Eliza Leslie was born in Philadelphia in 1787. Her father was a personal friend of Franklin, Jefferson, and other eminent men. She went with her family to England as a child, remaining until her 16th year. She wrote some verse at different periods, but not until her 40th year did she publish any prose. This took the form of a cookery book, which met with great success. Later, Godey's Lady's Book published a prize story from her pen, Mrs. Washington Potts, and she adopted literature as a profession. Several books on household topics and manners were among her most popular productions, and in one of the latest of these, the Behavior Book, published in 1853, one may find so many illuminating suggestions and such a wealth of instruction for ladies as regards their conversation, manners, dress, introductions, entree to society, shopping, conduct in the street, at places of amusement, in traveling, at the table, either at home, in company, or at hotels, deportment in gentlemen's society, lips, complexion, teeth, hands, the hair, etc., etc., that it would seem to have been a straight way and a narrow gate indeed which led to the land of good form and good looks 50 years ago. It would also seem, from her having addressed the work particularly to ladies, that they were the worst offenders in matters of manners. She avows her purpose, however, in a conciliatory preface, to be to amend and not to offend, to improve her young countrywomen, and not to annoy them. The few habitual misbehavements to which she would call their attention she has noted during a long course of observation on a very diversified field. Shopping. When circumstances render it expedient to carry much money out with you, divide it, putting half in one purse or pocketbook and half in another, and put these portions in 2 pockets. Gentlemen consider it a very irksome task to go on shopping expeditions, and their ill-concealed impatience becomes equally irksome to you. Do not interfere with the shopping of other customers, who may chance to stand near you at the counter, by either praising or depreciating any of the articles they are looking at. Leave them to the exercise of their own judgment, unless they ask your opinion, and then give it in a low voice and sincerely. Always object to a parcel being put up in newspaper, as the printing ink will rub off and soil the article enclosed. If it is a little thing that you are going to take home in your own hand, it will smear your gloves. All shopkeepers in good business can afford to buy proper wrapping paper, and they generally do so. It is very cheap. See also that they do not wrap your purchase in so small a bit of paper as to squeeze and crush it. We knew an instance of a lady in New York giving $100 note to a strawberry woman instead of a note of $1. Neither note nor woman were seen or heard of more. In getting change, see that 3-cent pieces are not given you for 5 cents. Traveling. Previous to departing, put into the hand of your escort rather more than a sufficient sum for the expenses of your journey, so as to provide for all possible contingencies. He will return you the balance when all is paid. Having done this, should any person belonging to the line come to you for your fare, refer them to the gentleman, mentioning his name, and take care to pay nothing yourself. Dress very plainly when traveling. Few ladies that are ladies wear finery in rail cars and steamboats, still less in stages, stage roads being usually very dusty. Showy silks and what are called dress bonnets are preposterous. So are jewelry ornaments, which, if real, you run a great risk of losing, and if false, are very ungenteel. Above all, do not travel in white kid gloves. Respectable women never do. Such are the facilities of traveling that a lady evidently respectable, plainly dressed, and behaving properly, may travel very well without a gentleman. 2 ladies, still better. On commencing the journey she should speak to the conductor, requesting him to attend to her and her baggage, and to introduce her to the captain of the boat, who will, of course, take charge of her during the voyage. Arrival at a hotel. On arriving at the hotel, ask immediately to see the proprietor. Give him your name and address, tell how long you purpose staying, and request him to see that you are provided with a good room. Request him also to conduct you to the dining room at dinner time, and allot you a seat near his own. For this purpose he will wait for you near the door. Do not keep him waiting. Or meet you in the ladies' drawing room. While at table, if the proprietor or any other gentleman asks you to take wine with him, politely refuse. If you do not wish to be encumbered by carrying the key in your pocket, let it be left during your absence with the clerk in the office or with the barkeeper, and send to him for it on your return. Desire the servant who attends the door to show no person up to your room during your absence. If visitors wish to wait for your return, it is best they should do so in the parlor. In a public parlor, it is selfish and unmannerly to sit down to the instrument uninvited and fall to playing or practicing without seeming to consider the probability of your interrupting or annoying the rest of the company, particularly when you see them all engaged in reading or in conversation. If you want amusement, you had better read or occupy yourself with some light sewing or knitting work. If you have breakfasted early, it will be well to put some gingerbread nuts or biscuits into your satchel when you go out, as you may become very hungry before dinner. Hotel breakfast. Always take butter with the butter knife, and then do not forget to return that knife to the butter plate. Carefully avoid cutting bread with your own knife, or taking salt with it from the salt cellar. It looks as if you had not been accustomed to butter knives and salt spoons. Ladies no longer eat salt fish at a public table. The odor of it is now considered extremely ungenteel, and it is always very disagreeable to those who do not eat it. If you breakfast alone, you can then indulge in it. It is ungenteel to go to the breakfast table in any costume approaching to full dress. There must be no flowers or ribbons in the hair. A morning cap should be as simple as possible. The most genteel morning dress is a close gown of some plain material with long sleeves, which in summer may be white muslin. A merino or cashmere wrapper, gray, brown, purple, or olive, faced or trimmed with other merino of an entirely different color, such as crimson, scarlet, green, or blue, is a becoming morning dress for winter. In summer, a white cambric muslin morning robe is the handsomest breakfast attire, but one of gingham or printed muslin the most convenient. The colored dress may be made open in front with short, loose sleeves and a pointed body. Beneath it a white underdress, having a chemisette front down to the belt, and long white sleeves down to the wrist. This forms a very graceful morning costume, the white skirt appearing where the colored skirt opens. The fashion of wearing black silk mittens at breakfast is now obsolete. It was always inconvenient, and neither useful nor ornamental. Hotel dinner. When eating fish, remove the bones carefully and lay them on the edge of your plate. Then with the fork in your right hand, the concave or hollow side held uppermost, and a small piece of bread in your left, take up the flakes of fish. Servants and all other persons should be taught that the butter sauce should not be poured over the fish, but put on one side of the plate, that the eater may use it profusely or sparingly according to taste, and be able to mix it conveniently with the sauce from the fish castors. Pouring butter sauce over anything is now ungenteel. It is an affectation of ultra fashion to eat pie with a fork, and has a very awkward and inconvenient look. Cut it up with your knife and fork, then proceed to eat it with the fork in your right hand. Much of this determined fork exercise may be considered foolish, but it is fashionable. It is, however, customary in eating sweet potatoes of a large size to break them in two, and taking a piece in your hand, to pierce down to the bottom with your fork, and then mix in some butter, continuing to hold it thus while eating it. If a lady wishes to eat lobster, let her request the waiter that attends her to extract a portion of it from the shell, and bring it to her on a clean plate, also to place a castor near her. On no consideration let any lady be persuaded to take 2 glasses of champagne. It is more than the head of an American female can bear, and she may rest assured that, though unconscious of it herself, all present will find her cheeks flushing, her eyes twinkling, her tongue unusually voluble, her talk loud and silly, and her laugh incessant. Champagne is very insidious, and 2 glasses may throw her into this pitiable condition. We have seen a young gentleman lift his plate of soup in both hands, hold it to his mouth, and drink, or rather lap it up. This was at no less a place than Niagara. On shipboard. If you are sick yourself, say as little about it as possible, and never allude to it at table, where you will receive little sympathy, and perhaps render yourself disgusting to all who hear you. At no time talk about it to gentlemen. Many foolish commonplace sayings are uttered by ladies who attempt to describe the horrors of seasickness. For instance, this: "I felt all the time as if I wished somebody to take me up and throw me overboard." This is untrue. No human being ever really did prefer drowning to seasickness. A piano never sounds well on shipboard. The cabins are too small and the ceilings too low. To the sick and nervous and all who are seasick become very nervous. This instrument is peculiarly annoying. Therefore, be kind enough to spare them the annoyance. You can practice when the weather is fine and the invalids are on deck. Pianos have been abolished in many of the finest ships. Such instruments as can be carried on deck and played in the open air are, on the contrary, very delightful at sea, when in the hands of good performers, particularly on a moonlight evening. Things not to do. Slapping a gentleman with your handkerchief, or tapping him with your fan. Allowing him to take a ring off your finger to look at it. Permitting him to unclasp your bracelet, or, still worse, to inspect your brooch. When these ornaments are to be shown to another person, always take them off for the purpose. Introductions. Where the company is large, the ladies of the house should have tact enough to avoid introducing and placing together persons who cannot possibly assimilate, or take pleasure in each other's society. The dull and the silly will be far happier with their compeers. To a woman of talent and a good conversationalist, it is a cruelty to put her unnecessarily in contact with stupid or unmeaning people. She is wasted and thrown away upon such as are neither amusing nor amusable. Neither is it well to bring together a gay, lively woman of the world and a solemn, serious, repulsive dame, who is a contemner of the world and all its enjoyments. Avoid giving invitations to bores. They will come without. We saw no less a person than Charles Dickens compelled at a large party to devote the whole evening to writing autographs for a multitude of young ladies, many of whom, not satisfied with obtaining one of his signatures for themselves, desired half a dozen others for absent friends. All conversation ceased with the first requisition for an autograph. He had no chance of saying anything. We were a little ashamed of our fair townswomen. End of Section 17.
Section 18 of the Scrapbook, Volume 1, Sampler by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bologna Times. A Course from Trimalchio's Dinner by Gaius Petronius, translated from the Latin by Harry Thurston Peck, Professor of Latin, Columbia University. Section 18. The first realistic novel of which any portion has been preserved to modern times is the so-called Satyricon of Gaius Petronius, who lived at Rome in the early part of the 1st century A.D. Petronius was the favorite courtier of the Emperor Nero. Men knew him as one who set the fashions in dress and manners, so that he had been compared to Beau Brummel. He was, however, under all his foppishness, a person of much intellect, which he showed both as an administrator in high political office and as an author. Enemies who were jealous of him accused him to the emperor of treason, and knowing that his condemnation was certain, he resolved to die by his own hands. He therefore opened a vein and slowly bled to death, checking, however, the flow of blood from time to time, and down to the very last, chatting and joking with his friends. A very interesting and probably accurate pen picture of him is given by Heinrich Sienkiewicz in his famous novel Quo Vadis. The Satyricon of Petronius was originally a lengthy novel of which there remains to us only about 100 pages. The book related the adventures of two disreputable sharpers who lived by their wits, and the portion which we still have gives many glimpses of vagabond existence in ancient Italy. The selection here reprinted contains part of the account of a lavish dinner given by a vulgar old millionaire named Trimalchio, and the guests are mainly ignorant and boastful friends of the host, who talk and brag after their own fashion. This passage is remarkable because it contains the only continuous specimen of Latin slang which we now possess, and which differs decidedly from the elegant Latin of literature. It bears many resemblances to the English and American slang of the present day, and makes the ancient Romans appear almost modern. The translation is that of Professor Harry Thurston Peck in his Trimalchio's Dinner, and is reprinted here by the courteous permission of Messrs. Dodd, Mead and Company. Copyright 1898 by Dodd, Mead and Company, New York. We had already taken our places, all except Trimalchio himself, for whom the seat of honor was reserved. Among the objects placed before us was a young ass made of Corinthian bronze, and fitted with a sort of pack saddle, which contained on one side pale green olives, and on the other side dark ones. Two dishes flanked this, and on the margin of them Trimalchio's name was engraved and the weight of the silver. Then there were little bridge-like structures of iron, which held dormice seasoned with honey and poppy seed, and smoking sausages were arranged on a silver grill which had underneath it dark Syrian plums to represent black coals, and scarlet pomegranate seeds to represent red-hot ones. In the midst of all this magnificence, Trimalchio was brought in to the sound of music and propped up on a pile of well-stuffed cushions. The very sight of him almost made us laugh in spite of ourselves, for his shaven pate was thrust out of a scarlet robe, and around his neck he had tucked a long fringed napkin with a broad purple stripe running down the middle of it. On the little finger of his left hand he wore a huge gilt ring, and on the last joint of the next finger a ring that appeared to be of solid gold, but having little iron stars upon it. Moreover, lest we should fail to take in all his magnificence, he had bared his right arm, which was adorned with a golden bracelet and an ivory circle fastened by a glittering clasp. As he sat there picking his teeth with a silver toothpick, he remarked, "Well, friends, it was just a bit of inconvenient for me to dine now, but, so as not to delay you by my absence, I have denied myself a considerable amount of pleasure." While we were still eating the hors d'oeuvres, a tray was brought in with a basket on which a wooden fowl was placed with its wings spread out in a circle, after the fashion of setting hens. Immediately two slaves approached, and amid a burst of music began to poke around in the straw, and having presently discovered there some peahens' eggs, they distributed them among the guests. Trimalchio looked up during this operation, and said, "Gentlemen, I had the hens' eggs placed under this fowl, but I'm rather afraid they have young chickens in them. Let's see whether they're still fit to suck." So we took our spoons, which weighed not less than half a pound each, and broke the eggshells, which were made of flour paste. As I did so, I was almost tempted to throw my egg on the floor, for it looked as though a chicken had just been formed inside. But when I heard an old diner out by my side saying, "There's bound to be something good here," I thrust my finger through the shell and drew out a plump reed bird, surrounded by yolk of egg, well seasoned with pepper. I was unable to eat another mouthful, and so, turning to my companion, I tried to draw as much information out of him as possible, and to get the run of the gossip of the house, asking, in the first place, who the woman was who was darting here and there about the room. "Oh," said he, "that's Trimalchio's wife. Her name is Fortunata. She has money to burn now, but a little while ago, what do you suppose she was? Your honor will excuse me for saying so, but really, in those days you wouldn't have taken a piece of bread from her hand. And now, without any why or wherefore, she's at the top notch, and is all the world to Trimalchio. In fact, if she should say it was night or noonday, he'd believe her. As for Trimalchio himself, he's so rich that he doesn't know how much money he's got. But this jade has an eye to everything, even the things that you wouldn't think about yourself. She doesn't drink. She's as straight as a string, in fact, a really smart woman, but she has an awfully sharp tongue, a regular magpie on a perch. If she likes anyone, she likes him way down to the ground, and if she doesn't like him, she just hates him. Trimalchio's estates are so large that it would tire a bird to fly over them, and he has heaps on heaps of cash. Take his silver plate, for instance. Why, there's more of it in his janitor's office than most persons have in their entire outfit. And his slaves, well, sir, they're so numerous that I don't think a tenth part of them would recognize their own master. In fact, when it comes to money, he can buy up any of these chumps here 10 times over, and there's no reason for his paying out money for anything at all, because he produces everything on his own place. Wool and cedar wood and pepper. Why, if you were to ask for hen's milk, you'd get it. To give you an instance, he found that he wasn't getting very good wool, so he bought some rams in Tarentum and changed the breed of his sheep. Again, because he wanted to have Athenian honey right here on his estate, he imported bees from Athens, and incidentally, these improved the breed of the native bees also. Only a few days ago he wrote and ordered mushroom seed to be sent him from India. He hasn't a single mule on his place that wasn't sired by a wild ass. Just see how many cushions he has here. Every single one of them has either purple or scarlet stuffing. That's what I call being rich. But you're not to suppose that his associates here are to be sneezed at, for they've got plenty of rocks too. Just look at that man who has the last place at the table. Even he has today his little 800,000, and yet he started out with nothing. It wasn't very long ago that he was a porter carrying wood on his back through the street. But as the saying goes, he found a fairy wishing cup. I never grudge a man his good luck. It only means that he knows how to look out for himself, and this chap over here, not long ago, put up his shanty for sale with this sort of an advertisement. Gaius Pompeius Diogenes will let this lodging from July 1st, having just bought a large house for himself. Now, take the case of that other man over there who has the freedman's place at the table. How well off do you suppose he is? I don't know anything against him, but he's seen the time when he had his little million, only somehow or other he went wrong. Today I don't imagine he has a hair on his head that isn't mortgaged, and it isn't his own fault either, for there's no better man in the world. But it's the fault of his confounded freedman who made way with everything that he had. You know the saying, too many cooks spoil the broth? And the other saying that he who loses money loses friends. And what a fine profession he had too, just as you see him now. He was an undertaker. He used to dine like a king on wild boar with pastry and birds, and he had cooks and bakers by the score. They used to spill more wine under his table than most men have in their wine cellars. In fact, he was a fairy vision rather than a man. When his affairs got into Queer Street, and he was afraid his creditors would think that things were in a bad way, he wanted to raise some money on his goods and chattels, so he advertised an auction of them in this fashion: Julius Proculus will hold an auction for the sale of his superfluous property. After this course, Trimalchio left the room for a few minutes, so that feeling a certain freedom in the absence of our master, we began to draw each other into conversation. Dama, first of all, calling for a goblet, remarked, "A day is nothing. Night comes before you can turn around. That's why I think there's nothing better than to go from your bed straight to the dining room. It's a cold climate we have here. Even a bath scarcely warms me up. In fact, a hot drink is my wardrobe. I've had several stiff drinks already, so that I'm loaded for bear, for the wine has gone to my head." At this point, Seleucus interrupted him, remarking, "Well, for my part, I don't take a bath every day. The cold water nips you so that when you bathe every day your courage all oozes out of you. But after I've swigged a toby of booze, I tell the cold to go to the devil. But I couldn't take a bath today, anyhow, for I was to a funeral. Chrysanthus, a fine man and Such a good fellow, kicked the bucket. I saw him only the other day. In fact, I can hear him talking to me now. Dear me, we go around like blown-up bladders. We are of less consequence than even the flies, for flies have some spirit in them, while we are nothing but mere bubbles. But as to Chrysanthus, what if he wasn't a total abstainer? Anyhow, for 5 days before he died, he never threw a drink in his face, nor ate a crumb of bread. Well, well, he's joined the majority. It was the doctors that really killed him, or perhaps just his bad luck, for a doctor is nothing after all but a sort of consolation to your mind. He was laid out in great style on his best bed, with his best bedclothes on, and he had a splendid wake, though his wife wasn't sincere in her mourning for him. But I say, what if he didn't treat her very well? A woman, so far as she is a woman, is a regular bird of prey. It isn't worth while to do a favor for a woman because it's just as if you chucked it down a well, but love in time becomes a regular ball and chain on a man. He was getting to be rather boresome when Philaros chimed in. Oh, let's think of the living. Your friend has got whatever was his due. He lived an honorable life, and he died an honorable death. What has he to complain of? From having nothing, he made a fortune, for he was always ready to pull a piece of money out of a muck heap with his teeth, and so he grew as rich as a honeycomb. By Jove, I believe the fellow left a cool 100,000, and he had it all in cash. I'm giving you this straight, for I have a rough tongue. He was a man of unlimited cheek, a tonguey fellow, and he always had a chip on his shoulder. His brother was a good sort of chap, a friend to a friend, a man with an open hand, a generous table. At the start he had a hard row to hoe, but his first vintage set him on his legs again, for he sold his wine at his own price. But what especially kept his head above water was this, that he got hold of a legacy, and waltzed into a good deal more of it than had been really left to him. But this friend of yours, because he had quarreled with his brother, left his fortune to some outsider. I tell you a man has to go mighty far to get away from his relatives. Unfortunately, he had slaves who blabbed all his secrets and harmed him. A man makes a mistake who trusts others too readily, especially if he's a businessman. Nevertheless, while he lived, he enjoyed what he had. After Philaros had finished, Ganymedes started in. All this talk of yours isn't the least bit to the point. No one here seems to care about the high price of grain. By Jove, I couldn't get a mouthful of bread today. And how the drought keeps on. We've had a sort of famine for a year. Confound the officials, anyhow, who are standing in with the bakers. Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours, as the saying goes. So the public has to suffer for it, and their jaws get a long vacation. Oh, if we only had those roaring blades that I found here when I first arrived from Asia. I tell you, that was life. If the flour sold wasn't equal to the very best, they used to go for those poor devil officials as if Jupiter himself was angry with them. I remember Cephenius. In those days he used to live down by the old archway when I was a boy. He was hot stuff. Wherever he went he used to make the ground smoke. But he was perfectly straight, a man to rely on, a friend to a friend, a chap with whom you could safely throw dice with your eyes shut. In the courtroom, too, how he used to make things hum. And he didn't talk in figures either, but straight to the point, and when he was arguing his voice used to swell like a trumpet. How affable he was. In those days, I tell you, grain was as cheap as dirt. If you bought a loaf of bread for a penny, you couldn't eat it up, even if you hired another man to help you. Whereas nowadays, I've seen bull's-eyes that were bigger than the loaves. Dear, dear, everyday things are getting worse. The town is growing backward like a calf's tail. And why do we have a mayor who's no good, and who thinks more of a penny piece than of the lives of all of us? He has a soft snap in private, for he takes in more money in a day than most of us have in our whole fortunes. I know one source from which he got 1,000 gold pieces. If we had any spunk he wouldn't be so stuck on himself. But our people are lions in private and foxes in public. As far as I'm concerned, I've already eaten up my wardrobe, and if this sort of a harvest keeps on, I'll have to sell my shanties." The thing had gone to a disgusting extreme when Trimalchio, sodden with drink, hit upon a new sort of exhibition, and had hornblowers brought into the dining room. Then, having been propped up on pillows, he sprawled himself out upon the lowest couch and said, "Imagine that I am dead. Play a nice tune over me." The hornblowers blew a funeral march, and one of them, the slave of the undertaker, who was really the most respectable man in the crowd, blew such a tremendous blast that he roused up the whole neighborhood. The police who were on duty in the vicinity, thinking that Trimalchio's house was on fire, suddenly broke down the door and rushed in with axes and water, as was their right. Seizing this very favorable opportunity, we gave Agamemnon the slip, and made our escape as hastily as though we were really fleeing from a conflagration. Section 18. End of The Scrapbook by Various, edited by Frank A. Munsey.